Bangalore, namaskara. Good morning. Yeah, please. You want some noise? Thank you. And thank you to all of you for making here this morning. And thank you to all the people who are watching online in different countries around the world. I have no idea what time zone you're watching in, but thank you for tuning in for Namaste, New India. My name is Aniruddha Kaprekar. I'm co-founder of Tech India Advocates. Easier calling name, Ani. I am a British, Indian, Mancunian, Maharashtrian. I say that on purpose. Just like India's beauty lies in its diversity, I celebrate that with the confluence of identities. Hence, I make it a point to introduce myself like this. Bharat is my karma bhumi. Bharat is my matrubhumi. United Kingdom is my karma bhumi. And at Global Tech Advocates and Tech India Advocates, where we do all of this work voluntarily, we connect people, we champion technology, and we create new possibilities, as we are going to create today. So once again, Suswagatam, welcome to Global Tech Advocates and Tech India Advocates, India Summit, Namaste, New India. Thank you. May I welcome Priya on stage.
Annie, it is an absolute pleasure to be co-hosting today's GTA Namaste New India Summit with you.
Thank you.
It is just a very special day for us because what we are doing here is bringing together people. There is something called the living bridge. It's how we connect people from every part of the world. And we are doing that today right here in Bengaluru with people from all over the world physically here, but also people from all over the world joining us to see what we're going to talk about here, about the new India. So I wanted to also bring up the third co-host for today. May I introduce the wonderful Ollie Barrett.
Thank you, Priya. Thank you, Annie. Good morning, everybody. What a pleasure to be here. I feel like the third musketeer. This is good. Welcome, wherever you've traveled from and wherever you're tuning in from. And can I just notice what an amazing group we have assembled here in Bengaluru. And also, if I may say, Annie, the hard work that has gone into bringing us all together. So if you'll forgive me, ladies and gentlemen, can we just give a huge thanks to the immense efforts that have gone into today and this whole week. Well done. Amazing. If it's okay, and Annie, you talked about various different places close to your heart.
Yes.
Dare I ask what this means in terms of cricket and the team that you will be cheering on this week?
It's very simple. It's India. World Cup.
Yes, yes.
But if you're trying to be naughty, sorry guys, Mumbai Indians. But today, RCB.
Okay, good. Well, I hope that hasn't divided too many people, but thank you, Annie. And what I thought would be useful is if I just give you a little taste of what we can expect today, because we've got some amazing guests joining us on stage. We'll hear more about the work of Tech India Advocates from Annie and his co-founders, and then we'll hear about the wider context about global tech advocates as well. And then we've got a series of really interesting conversations on social innovation, founder mindsets, from prop tech to a very healthy competitor to Twitter, dare I say. Watch out, Elon, we're coming for you. Watch this space. Then we'll talk about the economics of diversity and inclusion. And this is all before lunch, by the way. There's venture capital. We're going to hear from the Deputy High Commission, Priya, a role that you've played in the past.
Absolutely.
So, Priya, something you're looking forward to more than anything?
I'm looking forward to actually the people connections. For me, it's all about the people, Ollie.
Yeah, and we've factored in time for breaks and over lunch to get to know each other as well. So we should say, if you're tweeting along, please, or indeed using Koo, other platforms are available. Our hashtag is GTA Summit 2022. So please do share this message far and wide. Annie, one thing that you're looking forward to from the day, if I may.
I love people, so I just want to meet people, as many as possible. Simple as that. And then delicious food at the end.
Yes, meet, greet, eat.
Yes.
I like it. Good. That's my mantra too. Well, kudos to Annie and his co-founders, who I'm going to introduce now, because I don't want to get competitive, but if you look at the heat map of buzz around the world and the global tech advocates, India is shining bright. So we're very grateful to you for the work that you've done. Why don't we introduce to the stage your co-founders, Af Malhotra and Nilesh Gopali, to tell us a little bit more about your journey. Welcome both.
Yeah, I'll give you the We stand here. There's one more mic. So, कुठल्या भाषेत बोलूया?
ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಬ್ಯಾಂಗ್ಳೂರು ನಾ ಕನ್ನಡಿಗ ಹುಟ್ಟಿ ಬೆಳೆದಿದ್ದು ಮಹಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರನಾಗ ಲಂಡನ್ನಾಗ ನಿವಾಸ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಇನ್ ಮುಂಬೈ
Nilesh? Good? Yeah. ನನಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕನ್ನಡ ಬರೆದಿದೆ. But I think he did good.
पता नहीं क्या यार तुम क्या बोल रहे हो मुझे समझ नहीं आ रही. Speak in English.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah,
Let's do that.
Speak in English.
So, friends, welcome to Global Tech Advocates and Tech India Advocates India Summit. Namaste,
Namaste, India.
New India. Thank you. Nilesh Gopali, Af Malhotra, Anika Praker, three of us are the co-founders of Tech India Advocates. We do this voluntarily and we are part of Global Tech Advocates. You'll know more. Tech India Advocates was launched last year, and our mission is twofold. One, we want to connect the bright shining spots from New India, the outliers, the outlier tech startups and tech ecosystems to the rest of the world, starting with UK. Also, we want to focus on not just the tier 1 cities of India, but also tier 2 cities and tier 3 cities where tech startups are emerging. That's why after Bangalore, tomorrow we are going to Hubli. We'll talk about that more. Af?
It's a real honor to be here today, and we're going to have an amazing 6 or 7 hours. Of course, we have incredible speakers. I just want to leave you with 3 Ds. Yes. 3 Ds that make this nation so unique for all of us. The first D is democracy. Very important.
Yeah.
The second D is
Demographics.
demographics. All of these young people in India who are going to be the future of innovation and technology and are going to inspire a whole new generation. The third one, of course, Ani, is
Diversity.
diversity. And so I'll be running a panel later on the economics of diversity, such a hot and important issue. But there's a fourth D that I'd like to add to the mix,
Sure.
which is debate. Indians love to debate. And of course, Amrita Sen, the great author, in his book, The Argumentative Indian, talked about how Indians, from the living room to the school to the workplace, love to debate and discuss. And today is all about debates and discussions and the interactivity of the nations who we represent, the UK, many of the European nations, and India. So excited, get ready, fasten your seatbelts, and let's do this.
That's it. And as I've mentioned, it's about debate and discussion. It's also about celebrating New India. That's our mood going to be. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
What to you?
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ವೆರಿ ಮಚ್
Thank you. Why don't we have another round of applause for those brilliant co-founders? Thank you, gentlemen. Honored guests, please help me understand where everybody is from. Will you give me a yes if you call this great country of India home? Yes? Yes, very clear. Thank you. Would you, I may be biased, but if you call the United Kingdom home, would you give me a yes? Yes, okay, slightly more baritone, fine. And how about if you call somewhere else around this great planet home? Say yes. Yes, so there you go, front row, the troublemakers down the front. Well, welcome from around the world. And wherever you're tuned in from, tell us where you're tuning in from and what you make of our conversations today. It's my great pleasure to welcome someone who is a colleague, a friend, a fellow traveler. Known to many of you already, I'm going to introduce somebody who is the bedrock, certainly, of the UK tech ecosystem, and increasingly globally so. And you'll hear why. Russ Shaw has built an extraordinary grassroots community, brick by brick, person by person, relationship by relationship. He is the hardest working person in global tech, that is without doubt. But he's also one of the most generous. He created the Tech London Advocates almost 10 years ago, which has gone on to grow arms and legs and a global network, which you're about to hear more about. We're very proud to call him our founder, and he is a servant leader embodied. Please welcome to the stage, Russ Shaw, CBE.
Remarks, don't go, we'll stay here. We want to do an audience selfie if that's possible. So can we turn up the lights, and we're going to push this out across our global community on Twitter. So if we could get the lights on the audience, let me put my microphone down. If I may. Good idea, let's do this. Okay, everybody.
Welcome, over to you, Russ. Thank you.
Sorry, it's become a bit of a tradition for me to do group selfies like that. So it's great to be here. Thank you for the introduction, Ali. Namaskara. It's truly great to be here with you and bring our Global Tech Advocates community to Bengaluru. I'm the founder of Global Tech Advocates, and we're an open, inclusive community of diverse tech leaders, all operating as volunteers, including me. Now, our aim is to promote startups and scale-ups in global tech hubs and be an independent, grassroots voice to media, government, and key stakeholders about the opportunities and the challenges facing tech sectors and hubs around the world. Our motto is, we champion, we connect, we support. Now, as Ali mentioned, I started this journey nearly 10 years ago, establishing Tech London Advocates, which was our first group in GTA. The community welcomes entrepreneurs and founders, investors, C-suite leaders, corporates, universities, professional services, students, and frankly, anybody else who's interested and wanting to support tech sectors. Now, each new group in our community operates under a licensing agreement, where I license the brand, the IP, and the operating principles for a whopping £1 a year, or about 100 rupees a year. And today, we have 27 groups in our global community across the UK and Europe, Asia Pacific, Indo-Pacific, Middle East, and the Americas. And I'm really delighted to share that our first group in Africa, Tech Ghana Advocates, launches later this month in Accra. I'll shortly introduce several GTA leaders who've traveled from various tech hubs around the world, so you can see some people moving around the room. They're going to come up on stage and meet you in just a moment. We held our very first GTA summit in 2019, traveling to Shanghai and Beijing, supported by our Tech China Advocates Group, to try and understand China tech and create strong relationships there. So our focus today, in conjunction with our brilliant Tech India Advocates Group, led by Annie, Af, and Nilesh, is all about New India. And I've worked closely with them since Tech India Advocates launched last year, and they've shared with me many positive messages about the importance of India tech on the global stage. We agreed at the start of the year that now is the right time to bring a group of GTA leaders here. And from what I've experienced so far, I truly believe the coming decade, or techade, is going to be all about India and its vibrant tech sector and entrepreneurship. Now, as you can probably tell, a great deal of planning has gone into this week, and I'm so delighted to have you join us today, either here at the Bangalore International Center, or to many of you who are watching on the live stream somewhere around the world. I'd also like to acknowledge our partners and sponsors who've kindly supported our week. And that includes Pennington's Manchas Cooper, Tech Nation, London Stock Exchange Group, Globalization Partners, Deshpande Foundation, Rajasthan Royals, Karnataka Digital Economy Mission, and the British Deputy High Commission here in Bengaluru. I'd also like to thank Hyperlink Brand Solutions for helping to organize our week of events. I'd also like to thank Action for India and World Resource Institute India for helping us with today's event and also for events throughout the week. So if we can put the map on screen, please. There you go. That's who we are. That's where we are. And we keep adding to that. That map a few years ago was a little bit smaller, and we keep adding more to it. So before we really get into our agenda, and we have some great sessions, panel sessions lined up for you, I'd like to start to introduce a number of the GTA leaders who are here. So if I can ask for them to come up on stage, and Annie Afanilesh, that also includes you, if you can stand right next to me, to my left. For the audience, a key priority for us, and I hope for all of you, is to create strong relationships and welcome you to our Global Tech Advocates community. So let's give this a go. Here we go. Come on up. Squeeze in, folks. We've got a lot of you to come up. There's a lot of people that we want you to meet. And we're going to do pass the mic. So everybody's going to have a chance to introduce herself or himself. Got a bit of room? Yep, come on down for Tech India Advocates. We need you to come down a little bit more. Squeeze them all in. Okay, as you're coming up on stage, let's start off over here. Go for it.
Namaste, I'm Af Malhotra, Tech India Advocates. Delighted to be here.
Anika Breaker, Tech India Advocates.
Hi, I'm Nilesh Gopali, Tech India Advocate.
Saif Mahmood, I'm an international lawyer, and I am a member of Tech India Advocates, not a founder.
Hi, I'm Leslie Sarma from Tech Singapore Advocates.
Hi everyone, delighted to be here. My name is Matic. I'm from Slovenia originally, and I'm representing Tech Emerging Europe Advocates today.
Hi everyone, I'm Satya, and I'm representing Medatech, IT Ukraine, and Tech Emerging Europe Advocates.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Jeanette Carlson, and I'm the founder of Tech Nordic Advocates.
Namaste, India. I'm Aniket. I'm Tech Lead at Tech Nordic Advocate.
Namaskara, Namma Bengaluru. I'm Unni Krishnan. I'm representing Tech Florida Advocates.
Good morning. It's Chris Marsh representing Tech London Advocates.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Catherine Mandungu, and I'm representing Tech Netherlands Advocates.
Namaste. My name is Svetlana Anastasov, and I represent Tech France Advocates.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Surbhi Sharma. I'm the Honorary Consul of Spain based here in Bangalore, and I'm representing Tech Spain Advocates. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Anders Nilsson, and I represent Tech Italy Advocates.
Hi everyone, I'm Nick Giles and representing Tech London Advocates.
Namaste, I'm Richard Lowe and I'm representing Tech West England Advocates.
Hi everyone, I'm John McLaren Stewart representing Tech Scotland Advocates.
Hi everyone, I'm Bindi Karia. I'm on the board of Tech London Advocates, Global Tech Advocates, but I'm here today to represent Tech Canada Advocates.
Good morning, everyone. Suki Fuller, representing Tech Bay Advocates, Tech London Advocates, Women in Tech, and Global Tech Advocates, Black Women in Tech.
Hold that thought. Now, I'd like the rest of you, starting with Zoltan, to come forward, please, because I know you're at the end of the stage. So come down towards me, please. All of you.
More.
Come on, keep coming. Keep coming. Don't be shy. We want you in the spotlight. Please, come on. There we go. Go for it, Ms. Zoltan.
Good morning. My name is Zoltan Vas. I'm from Serbia, but I'm Hungarian, but I live in the UK, and I present Global Tech Advocates Future of Work.
Hi, I'm Nikita. I'm representing Tech Women Advocates and Asians in Tech.
Hi, I'm Pat Saini. I'm representing TLA Immigration. I'm also a lawyer from Pennington Spanches Cooper. We're an international law firm and proud to be sponsoring this event.
Hello everyone, my name is Ankit Balani and I represent Globalization Partners.
Thanks Ankit. I'm just here for the masala dosa. Hi everyone, my name is Neil Shah and I'm here from London Stock Exchange. Delighted to be joining Russ and you all. Thank you.
Namaskar, my name is Mohan. I'm from the London Stock Exchange Group, but India.
Thank you for that. Now, not represented here, but who's also a contributing sponsor to our group is Tech Nation. Tech Nation is a UK government body that supports tech startups and scale-ups and does a lot of work on visa policy, including the global talent visa that's offered to the UK. There's more information available about them. But This is the group that has come here from around the world and from different parts of India to be with you. These are our Global Tech Advocates, meeting all of you who will become, if you're not already, Global Tech Advocates. I've already started writing to many of you to welcome you. Many of you will get your welcome email from me later today or this evening. You're part of this community. You'll also be welcomed into our Tech India Advocates group. So great to have you here. Please give it up for this great group of people who've come here to be with you. Thank you. Thank you for doing this. Excellent. And now, as we move off stage, I think we're handing over to Priya. So Priya, over to you.
Wasn't that just amazing? I think you saw with that group of people on stage the living bridge that I talked about in my introductory comments. It really is so incredible to have people physically here from all over the world, representing what is actually the living bridge of technology. These are people who work in all aspects of the technology ecosystem, whether in startups, whether as advisors, whether as investors, but who are coming here today in Bengaluru to talk, to make connections, to debate. And in Russ's comments, he talks about what really drives this community of volunteers. It's incredible to think of the people that Russ has brought together who are indeed just here to volunteer and make a difference to this global community. That mantra of champion, connecting, supporting, it's an incredible mantra, and I think you've seen that with the people we've just brought on stage. So I wanted to do the first thing about moving to that discussion and debate, and I'm going to invite our wonderful colleague, Ani Kaprika, back on stage to chair the next panel, and the next panel is on the subject of Decoding New India, Social Transformation and Grassroots Tech Innovation. Over to you, Annie.
Thank you, Priya. It is working. I'll just hang over. Thank you so much. This is a bit of a, I'm one of the co-hosts, and on purpose, I wanted to do this Decoding New India, Grassroots Tech Innovation and Social Transformation. Because this panel, I wanted also to be an informative and learning and educating process, not just for me, but all the friends of mine who have come from Global Tech Advocates around the world. So now, let me welcome the panel on stage who will be joining me. Jaya Dhinda from World Resources Institute. Jaya is the Program Director, Integrated Urban Development for World Resources Institute, India. Thank you, Jaya. Welcome. May I also welcome, here, please. Yeah. May I also welcome Dr. Arvind Chinsure, who is CEO of Deshpande Startups at the intersection of academia, technology, and entrepreneurship. Thank you. Yeah. And may I also welcome Prerna Wadikar, who is Chief Executive Officer of Action for India, worked internationally and nationally, and thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining. And as I said, I wanted to do this panel more like, oh, I have this best of minds about New India, and let me make it a best of learning process for myself and the audience. Whenever I talk of New India, I often dabble in some facts and features. With 40 of my colleagues who have traveled all across the world, we wanted this to be a learning experience. We want to take the right messages back to the world. So I'm going to start with an open question. How would each one of you describe New India in few words? Starting with Jaya first.
Yeah. Hello, can you hear me? Yes. Great. So, New India, it's complicated. It's got challenges and it's got opportunities. And just to give you a sense of the scale of challenges, about a third of the deaths in India happen from air pollution. 54% of India is extremely water stressed. Only 20% of the waste that is generated is recycled. So at that rate, we'll basically need a city the size of Bangalore to fit our waste by 2050. I mean, that's the kind of problems and challenges that we're dealing with. On the other hand, we have a ton of opportunities. 75% of India's 2050 infrastructure is yet to be built. And that's a $1.3 trillion economy. that we can influence. There's also the opportunity of data. There's more data now that's in the open realm than there was before. So data to monitor, to benchmark, to do kind of new things, analysis, to project, transitions that are going to happen, that's New India. The other thing is also technology, which has kind of seen the biggest boom in the last decade. In fact, there's been, and sustainability tech, because I come from the sustainability industry, there's been over a 4,000% increase in investments in technology in just the last 10 years. And a lot of it has been towards green mobility, circular economy, water, kind of the hard, wicked, sticky problems that the country is trying to solve. And there's also, a lot of global interest, clearly, in India and in Indian cities. So I think that is kind of what New India is right now.
Thank you. Doctor?
So, such a pleasure,
Thank you.
Anirudh, being part of this event and session. Welcome to India. Namaste, India. Namaste from India. So, to me, if I have to describe in one word, New India is all about confidence. So let me share why do I say this. If I look back today, the way we handled COVID looks miracle. 1.3 billion people. India created its own vaccine, delivered vaccine to many parts of the world. And thus, I see a new India. Very, very complex global pandemic can be dealt by Indians in spite of all the challenges that exist. If I look at entrepreneurs from tier 2, tier 3, because for you, entrepreneurship means Bangalore, Delhi, and Hyderabad and Pune. But tomorrow, I think some of you are visiting Hubli. 2 young kids from a small town, they have built a headphone which is best of best in the world. And thus, I see a new India. Last week, I was in a village, very remote village. I met 10 women. And all these 10 women, we call them micro-entrepreneurs. They are saying, we can do it and we will do it. That's, I would say, New India. But I have an equation. My equation for New India, NI, is equal to A multiplied by C multiplied by E. And what is that ACE? A stands for aspiration, but aspiration is backed by access to technology, access to capital, access to resources, and so on. C, as I said, stands for confidence, but this confidence is backed by the capability and countless examples of successful people that gives the confidence in New India. And then E, which is entrepreneurial energy, but this entrepreneurial energy is backed by ecosystem. And that's what New India is all about. And let me thank Af Malhotra. He corrected this equation, and that's the collaboration. I had said, C, confidence backed by countless examples of successful people, but he said it is capability. Thanks for doing this correction. But the last big difference is that India has millions of challenges, but the best part about Indians is they don't complain too much. They look for problems and they solve the problems, and that's the New India.
Thank you. Move on. Thank you so much. Prerna.
Yeah, as a geriatric millennial dealing with Gen Z, I would say the New India is represented by 3 simple words. We are a powerhouse of extremely talented individuals who are very tech savvy and rooted in our tradition. And if I may dare add a 5th D to the introduction that you all made, we are extremely driven for change.
Thank you, Prerna. So from Jaya, I gathered immense possibilities. Dr. said about confidence, and you said about talent. If I may add one more, because we're just adding, no, not D, I'll add C for a change. You mentioned about vaccine diplomacy. I think with all that confidence, entire Indian ecosystem is extremely compassionate, embraces the world, and I think that makes India stand out. Now, I'm going to ask, I want to touch upon the democracy, demographics, and diversity of India as to how do these three factors play in? Is there one dominant factor? I can give you a choice of picking one D to speak about. So I'm going to start with Jaya, so I'll give Jaya an option. Which one do you want to pick?
I will go with the demographics. And for the simple reason that, the solutions that we need now in the coming decade need to be focused on climate, on people and nature. And basically, one of the biggest sort of influencers, which is going to save our species literally, is going to be if we can do something around behavior change. And that means less consumption. That means, figuring out the way we travel, what we eat, what we consume on a daily basis, the kind of waste that we generate. All of that is going to need reconsideration. And I think the demographics are the people who are going to be able to do something about this. And one of the most important things is also going to be we have to figure out radical collaborations, things that we've not done before, stakeholders who've not partnered before. And therefore, I think that's where the demographics will be the answer to the solution, in my opinion. Not a dominant factor, but a very important
Key
factor.
factor to play. Yeah,
yes.
Thank you.
Go with Jaya, I think demographics, because if I talk about nation, it's all about people and it's about youth.
Yes.
And what youth can do for the nation. And I'm seeing this everywhere. This demographic is adding tremendous value, whether it is in creativity, innovation, entrepreneurship, social development, governance, and many, many areas. And that is the real strength that I would say. And of course, as Jaya said, it is backed by diversity and democracy, because demographic advantage or dividend cannot happen, just having youth, young population.
Thank you.
I take it upon myself to bring in the diversity by choosing democracy. We are probably the only developing nation who has not only had a consistent, very fair, digitally powered, democratic form of government for the last 75 years since our independence. And that has been the prime driver of the policies transformation that is leading to the massive growth which India is seeing today. As per the latest IMF report, we are the only country which is projected to have a 7.5% growth in the next year and also in the subsequent year.
Thank you. So I wanted to also dive into, each one of you have areas of expertise, so I'll probably ask some specific question. But before I do that, in the demographics, what struck me, this entire panel and this process also is for me a learning process. I was not so aware that India's median age is 28. I arrived at the summit about a month ago, and I thought, hey, I'm so tech connected, I know all of this, and I spent time with my 20-year-old nephews and nieces, and I thought, God, I don't know much. So that also plays roles. Jaya, you have, your area of urban development, you have seen India's cities transform over the past 10, 15 years. What has been the most important part of the transformation, and how do you see the next decade will look like in urban development?
So in urban, I think the last 10 years, and we have mapped cities, we've mapped all of the major cities of India, the 100 cities. And if you look at where the growth has happened, it has happened all outside of the municipal boundaries and peripheries. What does that mean? That growth is not provisioned for. There are people, there are companies, there are corporate sector which is moving into the periphery of cities, but they don't have access to water, access to basic services. Managing solid waste is becoming an uphill task. And the peripheries are just growing, and there's going to be more growth. It's going to be very unplanned. So one thing is that, how do we rein that in? The core, where the majority of the infrastructure exists, is actually de-densifying. So how do you bring good densities to the core? How do you build compact and connected cities? So I think that is going to be one major thing. The other thing is going to be just, from the survival of just Anthropocene, right? The three major challenges: mitigating and adapting to climate change, protecting biodiversity and ensuring human well-being. And how are we going to do all of that in tandem is going to be a big question. So climate change, building resilience in cities, building sustainable infrastructure, and creating an inclusive economy is going to be extremely important, because if we leave the bottom of the pyramid behind, that's the weakest link, and then that chain breaks. So I think it's going to be about growing together. It's going to be about creating inclusive economies, building resilience in cities, kind of getting our infrastructure investments right, and then the economics of all of that will follow.
I'm tempted to ask you a follow-up question on that. I mean, just very quickly, that there's a lot of urbanization that's happened in India. So now, how will India, say, look in 10 years? It's just cities and towns, or because India lives in villages?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. So in the next decade, basically, India will have 10 mega cities or mega regions. Delhi is already on track to being the world's, or globally the largest city ever, right? And we'll have 10 mega regions, which will be contributing together about more than 50% to the GDP. And also, just to put it into perspective, even now, cities in India occupy about 3% of the land area, but contribute 60% to the GDP, right? So that's the kind of, thing that you're talking about. And when you talk about how will cities look, cities will keep growing because they're economic centers, they're, engines of economic growth. That's where the jobs are. People go for better jobs and better quality of life. So the cities that exist now, the metropolitan cities, will keep growing, but there's a tremendous opportunity for Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities to evolve and co-develop and kind of bring complementary economies to the environment.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Arvind, I want to come to you and I want to refer your book. So I read that, The New Age Organization. Now, you comment about the new organizations being built. What is it that you've seen in last 10, 15 years that was so distinctly different from the past, if you can? How Indians are building entrepreneurship organizations?
I think there are two very distinct things about Indian organizations, if I look at corporates. One is, today world is talking about profits with purpose. Earlier it was all about, shareholder profit is the priority. But here is a company like Tata's who actually started profits with purpose way, way back in, I think, early,
probably 20s, 30s, yeah.
Yeah, 20s and 30s. At that time, they had all those policies in place where they always looked at every profit that comes from these companies is actually should go to the people and to the society and for the sustainability and so on. That's something which is very, very unique, I would say. The second one, which is like more of a very agile, very entrepreneurial, startup-like culture in the large companies. I'm a part of several jury committees of large corporates, and what I see, for example, if I look at Reliance as a company, Reliance DNA is being perennial startup or working like startup. And every few years they discover to ensure that they have one startup, big startup, whether it is Jio as a company, which is like a very big startup, or for that matter now, renewable energy business that they are building, it's all about startup. I think that's what a big difference that I have seen between past and present companies.
Thank you. Prerna, I want to come to you. We met some Action for India's entrepreneurs yesterday. We were bowled over with what they're doing. So I had this question. I'm so sorry if I've just referred something in. I remembered a Marathi book that I read, He Sarva Yeta Kutun. Where does this all come from? Where is this new entrepreneurship spirit coming from? You work with so many young entrepreneurs. Is this a passing trend, or is this going to stay?
I wish I could just give a simple answer to that, but it's fueled by multiple factors. And, Dr. Chenchurai, please also chip in if you feel. The first major propellant of the entrepreneurial drive has been the government policies. As recent as 2013, we had about 700, 800 startups. Today, we have 77,000 registered startups, which have been fueled by multiple policies, by multiple government ministries, agriculture, information technology, industry and commerce, who facilitated entrepreneurial growth in the India. The second major factor has been the private sector engagement, who came in with market access, with investments, and with facilitation of onboarding of startups. And the third is glamorizing of the startup industry by shows like Shark Tank, where startup has become a commonplace household aspiration. Not too long ago, Indians used to dream to get into a government job. Slightly more adventurous would aspire to join Infosys, Wipro, or basically those service-oriented tech jobs. Today, an aspirational Indian looks forward to be an entrepreneur and not to be a job seeker. And it's a combination of all of these three put together.
I think you brought it on point, because what Jay had said, Arvind had said, and what you're saying, that glamorizing the startup culture. I remember 30 years back when I decided to drop out of college, I was outcast, like, that's it. I mean, all the uncles and aunties said that your life's gone. What are you doing? You'll bring, your parents are crying. But now, if somebody's college, drops out of the college, they don't ask about what are you doing with your life. Their next question is, are you starting a business? Are you starting a venture? So I'm probably born 30 years too early. Anyway, so I'm conscious of time. I'm coming to taking some closing remarks from you. But again, one common question for all three of you. And I have a selfish agenda here. I have 40 message carriers around the world and hundreds and thousands watching currently across the world. What do you think are the areas that you would point out of New India for real success and few key barriers?
So I think real success is this. Again, I'm going to focus on cities, right? And with cities, basically, we need to strengthen cities. We need to strengthen city systems, whether they're economic, ecological, and social, all three of those together, right? And I think that is where we need to focus, and for that, we need to work with governments, right? And especially...
Can the mobile phone be off, please? Thank you.
Especially local governments and local authorities on issues which are very complex. They're not easy issues, but we need to work on those. And working with government itself is often hard, because they have very limited risk-taking ability. They have other issues in terms of their procurement process, how they onboard innovation, but we still need to work with them. And for that, we need to create nodal institutions, local institutions, that can help bridge the gap between what the society needs and what the government is able to deliver, because only then we will have impact at scale. In terms of barriers, like I said, when you're working with government, there are many uphill tasks that you need to tackle on a daily basis. There are systemic issues with policy, with the way programs and schemes are often not aligned and at counter purposes at times. So those are things that will have to be worked out, but there's a tremendous scope for scale and impact in working with local authorities.
Thank you.
So I think it's very important for all of us to know what that economic development of India's trajectory has been. So if you look at nations, say Europe and UK, they developed because of Industrial Revolution. The first Industrial Revolution happened in 1780s because of the Watts invention of steam engine. At that time, India was under East India Company. We had just lost Plassey's battle, and we were under East India Company. Second Industrial Revolution happened in 1870s, and at that time we were under British rule. And only in the third Industrial Revolution we were free, and then you could see this. Whatever you see here is just because we took that pie of third Industrial Revolution. The best part today India has is India has everything today to lead in the fourth Industrial Revolution. And what I see, because today we are living in a fourth Industrial Revolution, and what I see a significant contribution that can come from India is in the fifth Industrial Revolution, and very soon I'm expecting where machines become very intelligent than humans, then what humans should do, and perhaps India has some tools that can help humans to really work with machines and perhaps be better than machines and differentiate that machines. And this is possible because Indian youth is liberated today. When I was growing up, my father, we were all like survival, scarcity, and all kinds of fear and other things. And when I grew up, I saw scarcity or extreme poverty. I saw the abundance, best of best thing in the world. And if I look at my son, who is studying in a best or leading university in the world on cutting edge AI, and that youth can perhaps lead to something very, very different to the world. The last point about barriers, I think I endorse what Jaya says. Perhaps we should be going a little bit faster, but because of the democracy, because of the diversity, sometimes it doesn't work. I think that speed if we take up, I think we are on a
growth trajectory.
Exponential trajectory.
Prerna?
I think it's the capability of Indians to convert their barriers to opportunities, which is what would be my, parting message. And I'll share that with one simple instance. I was 2 months ago recruiting my program manager team, and I had very, very, very driven youth from as remote as Bihar interviewing for this position who comfortably said, can I answer your questions in Hindi or in Tamil, regional languages, which was not the case a decade ago, where anybody who's not comfortable with English would not be considered for such organizations. And that is the opportunity that we have, and that is the Indians overcoming opportunity by proudly owning their identity, their culture, and promoting, sharing their capabilities.
Thank you. So, rapid finish, one word answer. How would you like my friends to remember New India in one word? Jaya. Innovation.
NI is equal to A multiplied by C multiplied by E. I think that's New
Ask
India.
him later. Prerna.
Driven youth.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And that was very insightful. Thank you, Jaya. Thank you, Arvind. Thank you, Prerna. They're here. Meet them again. Thank you. Over to Ollie.
Yes, welcoming you tomorrow to Hubli. So, yes, thank
We
you.
are going, we are going to Hubli.
Yes.
For chairing that panel so well. Another round of applause for all of our guests. Thank you very much. I want to hear more about that equation a bit later. Really strong message, profit with purpose. Also raising up those tier 2 and tier 3 cities. Really powerful. Thank you for that. Our next guest represents an organization that describes itself as a bridge, a knowledge bridge. We want to hear more. We're very grateful to their support, and they are a force locally, bridging government and industry. The organization, Karnataka Digital Economy Mission, known locally as KDEM, and of course across the country. It's a great pleasure to welcome to our stage Siddhartha Anand. Welcome,
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, GTA, TIA, for extending this opportunity to KDEM for this keynote address. I know my boss and my colleague Sanjeev was supposed to deliver this address, but it's only fair that I sort of also cover points that he normally speaks about and is very passionate about when he speaks at these forums. One of the things that we actually talk about is Bangalore and beyond Bangalore aspect. And let me actually begin with, if you ask any ecosystem enabler on the kind of elements that they are judged on. So I think Bangalore actually manages to tick all the check boxes when it comes to either people, either startups, either the funding ecosystem, connects with academia, and how the institutional support is provided to the entire ecosystem. When I talk about startups and people, you are actually at a place, at an ecosystem, which actually has more than 7,000 registered startups. 250 plus of these startups are led by women, are funded, well-funded. And we talk about one of the things that you would refer to in all our publications, about Karnataka startup ecosystem is about unicorns. This is the place where in last year we had one unicorn every 19 days. And that's the kind of ecosystem that I'm talking about. Has more than 40 unicorns out of 106 unicorns that we have in India. We already have 44 unicorns, which would be unicorns of tomorrow. And one thing that I think in the earlier panel there was a slight mention of the challenges that startups might face. there's one thing, and I think this is being live streamed and being trending on Twitter. There was this particular topic about the Bangalore ecosystem, startup ecosystem. A startup player in Bangalore might take an hour to reach his office, but he would code an app that will deliver your groceries or medicine in under 10 minutes. So you get a gist of it, right? And again, talking about the kind of domain or talking about the kind of sectors that the startup ecosystem here in Bangalore is all about, you see the entire length and depth of the ecosystem. We have startups, we have unicorns, which are into enterprise tech, SaaS, RegTech. RegTech is something that is a very exciting opportunity here. MedTech, EdTech, and you also see the depth of the ecosystem within the same domain. When I talk about fintech, there are different elements, and you'd find players in almost all these sub-segments within a defined space. So that's the ecosystem, that's the startup landscape, that's the kind of startups that we have here in Bangalore. The investor landscape, I think Bangalore by far is one of the best connected ecosystem when it comes to access to capital. The ecosystem actually saw more funding of more than $62 billion from 2014 till June this year. So that's actually, and we have investors, we have HNIs, high net individual, we have institution and a wide network of over 4,000 investors, which actually very actively engage with startups at all levels, be it at, they work very closely with third and fourth year engineering colleges, they will work with incubators, they work with accelerators, and provide adequate capital. Just to give you an example, sample size, or just to give you a breadth of how many deals, I think the state of Karnataka saw almost 3,000 funding deals in these from 2014 till June this year. Now coming to academia, I believe the delegation had a chance to visit Indian Institute of Science yesterday, and you could see the kind of entrepreneurial, the kind of incubation support that the industry is also, that government-supported institutions are also providing it. There is also another lab called Art Park, which is into cutting-edge AI ML technologies. And Bangalore is actually home to more than 75 engineering colleges, and you would find invariably in all these engineering colleges, you have incubators, you have the college administration supporting, final year undergraduate students to actually, explore the entrepreneurial way. I think that the speaker also mentioned about how, as a mindset, although that's a meaning that students are now encouraged to sort of, go the entrepreneurial way. The last and most important thing, and where we come in, is the institutional support that is provided by a startup ecosystem enabler. So you have, by Government of Karnataka, you have this Elevate program that actually helps startups right from idea stage and takes up to POC stage. And if you could, just to bring in few numbers, more than $20 million were given as a grant to all these startups. And we've seen a lot of startups growing, graduating from these, from this particular scheme and graduating to the larger level. I would just spend quite a few next few minutes in describing where we actually fit in. I think we act as a bridge between government and industry. And there are defined verticals that we work in. Startup and innovation, one of the key verticals that we work in. And one of our key initiative is Beyond Bangalore initiative, where when we have, I think you'll have a great opportunity to visit Dr. Chinchure, the kind of work that Dr. Chinchure is doing in Hubli. Hubli is one of these centers that KDM is working on it in its Beyond Bangalore initiative, where we have identified the center as the next hub for AI, ML, and agri-tech startups. We also have Mangalore as a fintech hub, given its history of having its founder launch public sector banks in that region. We also have Mysore in cyber tech and cyber security space and electronic system design manufacturing. So in a nutshell, I think so the institutional support by KDM and by initiatives by the state governments have been really helping these startups across this spectrum. Right now, we're also facilitating soft landing of EU startups in India during the BTS. We are actually helping them meet customers, probably prospective clients, and we're also setting up meeting with regulators, throughout the state, across all the departments in the state. We at KEDM will be very, very happy to sort of partner with GTA in any sort of facilitation that is required from state of Karnataka's perspective. We'll be happy to identify projects with you and work with you to closure. Thank you.
So much, Siddhartha. That was an incredible overview of what the state of Karnataka has to offer to us all. And I can say from first-hand experience, us all in the GTA delegation have seen that warm welcome firsthand. KEDM have been instrumental in making our visit here a success. So thank you so much, Siddhartha, to you and your colleagues for your support. Now, I wanted to pass to my co-host, the wonderful Ollie Barrett. Now, Ollie, as you may know already, is himself a serial founder. And he is the best person I can think of to moderate the next panel, which is on the founder mindset. So over to you, Ollie Barrett.
Thank you. Yes, well, I am a serial co-founder. Working with founders can be a bit like herding cats. So chairing a panel with founders always makes me a little bit anxious. So why don't I call up my panelists to the stage, and when they're safely in their seats, I'll introduce them to you. But your warm round of applause will encourage them to come up here and join us. Welcome, one and all. Here they come. Welcome, Kevin. Come on. Very good to see you. Please have a seat. Lovely to meet. Good to see you. And I believe Dimple is in the house. It's good to see you, Dimple. Come on down, please. There we are. Are you on the right seat? So, you've confused me already. Kevin, go at the end for me. There you go. Here we go. It's like musical chairs. Just talk amongst yourselves. There we go. There we go. You see, I told you it would be chaos. What did I tell you? Dimple, lovely to meet you. Well, I tell you, what could possibly go wrong? I mean, here we are, founders. You see, creating havoc already. It's great, isn't it? Well, I get to meet one of my new heroes next to me. This is good. He's, well, watch out, Elon, is all I can say. Welcome, one and all. Why don't I start next to me? Aprameya Radhakrishna is the co-founder of Coup. He is a serial entrepreneur and an angel investor, too. We'll hear more about everything involved in that, but welcome, Aprameya. So good to see you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Gautam Kott, another serial entrepreneur, is also a co-founder. Says here, interested in craft beer, Hindustani classical music, and the blues. You sound like the type of person I'd like to get to know, Gautam. But you're also very interested in prop tech, so real estate, a real shaker-upper. So thank you very much for being here.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Next to you is Dimple. Dimple Parmar is the co-founder of Zen Onco. We'll hear about your very personal journey, and you're doing all sorts of connecting in healthcare. Thank you, Dimple, for being here. We'll hear more. And by no means least is Kevin. Kevin Houston is the co-founder of Carbon Lights, very interested in the environment, in the circular economy, originally from Great Britain, spending much of his time here in India. Let's give a huge round of applause to all of our brilliant panel.
Thank you.
Now, we're going to go super quickly because I'm going to warn you. I'm going to ask for your top tips as founders here. What you wish you'd known, the number one do and the number one don't. But a little bit of colour first on each of your businesses. Carbon Lights, that's the product, Kevin. Just remind us what it's doing. This is biogas of some form.
Yeah, we take the organic portion of municipal solid waste, which you know India is generating quite a bit of, and we have technology that can convert that into two products that we brand and market as Carbon Lights. The first is a purified biogas, which is like natural gas, only it's carbon neutral, that we sell for cooking, for transport, and for putting into diesel generators, all of which reduces carbon emissions. And we also produce a carbon-enriched, nutrient-rich fertilizer, which we sell to farmers to put carbon back in the soil, further reducing emissions, and help them reduce their usage of chemical fertilizers.
Yeah, really clear. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you for what you're doing as well. Aprameya, co-founder of Coup. I've trailed it already, but it's a micro-blogging platform, we used to say in the old language. Tell us a little bit more, because your numbers are really quite extraordinary.
Yeah, so why we started off is to be more inclusive in the world of microblogging. So on the open internet, you know, in India, only English speakers were able to speak their mind, and on the open internet, right? So most of the other language voices are stuck in WhatsApp groups, which is known groups, right? So that's the purpose with which we started off, and we've actually grown to 50 million downloads in 10 different languages. English-speaking India can actually go and talk to Hindi, Kannada, Tamil folks in their language. So we've developed tools to help you do that.
Crucial question, do we have to pay $8 a month?
Not at all. So it's absolutely free, and since Elon Musk has taken over Twitter, we actually see that we don't have to just do language microblogging. We can actually be an alternative to Twitter globally. So that's what we're trying to do
Well,
now.
thank you for what you're doing. Dimple, Zen Onco, if you don't mind me saying, started through a very personal journey.
Yeah, so Zenonco is a cancer care platform. Started 7 years back when I lost my husband to cancer. He was just 25 and he was diagnosed with cancer, and nobody knows how to take decisions, how to navigate through this when you get diagnosed and enter into this whole new world of cancer. So we had the similar journey. We were students at that time working at studying at IIM Calcutta, and he was diagnosed. I went through the journey and then realized that there are many gaps, and by the time we got to know what all things should be done, can be done, it was too late for Nitesh. And within 1.5 years, we lost him to cancer, and that's the time when I decided to dedicate my life for this cause, to help other cancer patients, give hope to millions of others who are going through this journey. And we started with NGO Levels Cancer, and then soon we started Zenonco.io. Zen means peace, it's inner peace, it's hope, and Onco is cancer, and IO is integrative oncology. So we combine science with technology to give hopes to millions of cancer patients with integrative oncology approaches. Thank you.
Yeah, and you've become the connector to experts, to coaches in India or beyond?
So we do in India primarily, but there are patients across, and we cater to them as well. We are the constant companions for patients, virtual and physical both.
Yes.
So every patient gets a dedicated cancer coach who will be with the patient and caregiver throughout the journey, no matter how long the journey is. So they get a constant support no matter where they are and what they are facing currently. Yeah.
No, thank you. Gautam, you are the accelerator on our panel. Who are you looking for, and why are you accelerating them? Just remind us, you're 8 years in.
So REAP is an acronym for Real Estate Accelerator Program. Brigade REAP is the accelerator that I represent. It is Asia's first prop tech focused startup accelerator. We started life in 2016, and over the last 6 years or so, we've done 12 cohorts, almost 60 startups now, and I'm proud to say that only 7 have shut down. So we're really, really big on longevity, specifically, all right. Thanks. Targeting an industry that is abysmally served by technology, not just in India, but globally. So pretty unique challenges, but also very generic challenges that any other startups would also face.
No, good. Well, kudos on your progress. That's incredible. Cohort 12 so far. Now, we're going to get super pithy here, but do bear in mind we are broadcasting to a global audience, so I do have to warn you. I want to understand your founder mindset about what's driving that, but also with the benefit of hindsight, which is always 20/20, the number one do and the number one don't. Dimple and Kevin. Dimple.
Yeah, can you please repeat the question for me?
So
Thank you.
reflecting on your founder journey, knowing now what you know, the number one do of what founders should do or what you realized you had to do, and the number one don't, the thing to avoid if you possibly can, apart from running out of money.
Very important question, because we are right now going through the similar journey. So number one is having priorities very, 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 very clear and no scope creeping from that. It's easy for founders to get distracted by what all goes around, and it looks like everything needs to be done and we need to do it right away. It's always like that. So having that clear goal in mind and laser sharp approach towards working towards that, and then achieving those small, small milestones, that gives you that kick that yes, I have done it. So it's a marathon for sure, but then marathon has milestones and we need to achieve those milestones. That can only be done when we are super, super focused towards achieving that. So that's something that I will suggest, and that's what I also try to practice every day. And what don't, I'll say, when you're building your initially 50 to 100 members team, it's always good to have patience, and because those are the people who will decide the growth of the organization, who will be making the culture make or break the organization as well, right? So it's really important that we take our time and then hire the right people, and it's okay to wait for the right person to come in, but do not hire in
Well,
hurry.
that's difficult, isn't it? Because sometimes entrepreneurship is patience wrapped in impatience. You want to change the world. You want to get things done. How do you reconcile those two? You're in a hurry.
It's always a balance between, because there are a few things that we learn from our own mistakes, and it's been a 3 years journey. I've learned a lot of things, still learning, and that's where we always have our mentors who are there as a guiding light, where we always, because for me, it's my first time, though second startup, but still I'll say it's a first time entrepreneurial journey, and we make mistakes. But it's important to learn from those mistakes and do not repeat it. But if you want to grow fast, at the same time, it's also important to learn from others' mistakes as well. Right. And that's why we reach out to our mentors, and then they also guide us on the journey. But they usually call me very, very aggressive and super ambitious person. And that's where it's important, and they know me very well, that it's important that we need to bring her back in balance, that, okay, hold on, hang in there.
Right, okay. Kevin, your do's and don't.
Yes, of the do's, I guess it's, I guess one of the things I've found about starting a business here in India is that you have to remember that things will take time, and that, back to your earlier point, as an entrepreneur, particularly as we're trying to change the world and move it to low carbon, you're in a hurry. The scientists are only giving us 10 years. And things take an inordinate amount of time, whatever you're doing here in India. You just have to learn to live with that. So that's particularly challenging. I think the other thing is, I had 25 years of my life working for a big multinational called Procter & Gamble. And whilst I can learn a lot of things that were very useful, you've always got to watch that some of the things that work in a big multinational are not going to work in your startup, and they're certainly not going to work in India. And it's getting that balance right. Yeah. And in terms of don't, I think the biggest lesson is don't give up. We nearly died through the pandemic. I mean, we deliver gas to restaurants that were shut, so we couldn't deliver. We couldn't pick up waste, so we nearly died. We came out of that, we got 3 big new products. We grew our business 400%, and we got funding at the end of our first year out of the pandemic. Right. So don't give up is my motto.
I suspect that will resonate with Apramit, a serial entrepreneur and hugely respected across this ecosystem. Your top do and don't, I'm fascinated.
Yeah, I would say, in terms of do's, respect the market. It'll always give you waves. You ride all the waves that the market gives you. So if there's a bull run in funding, you raise your funding. If there is an emotion like what we are facing right now, Twitter is going through its own motions, so can we ride that? So always be very aware of what the market is signaling to you as a business and ride all the positives. Right? And never have your own fixed strategy. You have to navigate based on what the outside market is.
So how do we square this with Dimple's point about focus, about avoiding mission creep? Because some in the room would argue that for an entrepreneur, the startup phase is exploration, pure exploration.
Yeah. No, so I actually don't give myself too much credit on what I focus on. It is actually a reflection of the market at all points in time. I have defined my focus area 2 years ago based on what the market was 2 years ago. Now, if the market is signaling something new, if I don't change, then I'm doing a mistake.
What about your top don't?
Top don't is never be disappointed or disheartened in your journey. In the life of an entrepreneur, while you're running your startup or building your startup, you will always feel like you're losing or you're not at the top of your game, always. Yeah. Only at the end, in the end, like in my first startup, Taxi for Sure, throughout the 3.5 years, I felt like we weren't doing anything right.
Yeah. So forgive me, Apramit, this is easier said than done. So what's the technique you use, is a personal question, for that personal resilience? Because this faces entrepreneurs around the world, right?
As in, you just, while I'm saying, listen to the market on one side, don't listen to people who are discouraging or questioning you all the time, right?
Detractors.
Yeah, the detractors. So you take feedback from them, you work on it, you know what's relevant and not relevant, and you keep working. And in the end, we sold to Ola, Taxi for Sure, we sold to Ola for $200 million. And suddenly, the 3.5-year journey, which was full of doubt, became a success story.
Okay, so Gautam, we want your do's and don'ts, because you're the founder and the coach, but I've got to ask, 20-second question. You sold in an extraordinary exit. Why didn't you head to the beach?
So I did try to for 6 months, and then I just couldn't stay away from solving something next, right? So
okay.
I think
We've seen
I'm
this trait. Okay,
yeah.
you can't help yourself. Gautam, top do and don't, because you're supporting dozens of entrepreneurs.
Yeah, so too often I see a lot of startups start in the solution space. There's a lot of solution bias that startups tend to go in with, and typically that happens with founders that tend to come from a technology background. Now, which is, conversely is also a do.
Just say what you mean by solution bias.
Basically, I might have a great solution, but have absolutely no idea about what the problem is, right? And that is, as funny as that might sound, it is something that 90% of the startups that we mentor suffer from. And a majority of our time, when we actually start engaging with these startups, is spent on mapping their solution to a problem that might or might not exist. Right? So I think startups owe it to themselves to kind of do a lot of homework on the problem space before they jump on, a patented technology that will
Start
make
with
them
a
famous.
problem worth solving.
Absolutely.
Got it. How about your top don't?
The top don't is, once you are at a certain scale, you're able to raise a certain amount of money, please do not run your company to please or appease your investors. I'm going to go with Aprameya's, mantra there. Listen to the market all the time. They are your gurus, or they are the ones that are actually going to keep your business alive. Investors, and I'm saying it at the risk of perhaps pissing people off, but it is a problem when investors force companies to chase growth. Right. And that's something that you got to watch out for.
Now, I know that the clock is ticking, so we're going to do a sort of quick fire round. Kevin, you could have grown your business anywhere. You particularly focused on India. Why?
Very easy to answer. We're in the carbon emission reduction business. So if you're in the carbon emission reduction business, the two places in the world you need to be is either China or India. Why do I say that? Because India will be the fastest growing energy market every year for the next 30 years. Unless we get India down a low carbon path, we can all forget 1.5, we can forget 2 degrees. So if you're in the carbon emission reduction business, you need to be in India. Yeah. On the general point, I'd argue there's no better time in life than to be an entrepreneur right now, and there's no better place in the world to be an entrepreneur than to be in India right now. It's got the biggest opportunities across every sector of the economy, and it's a country, as we've heard, which has a richness in its young people, and it's going to be the future. So New India is the place to be.
All right. Do you mind us if we quote you on that? Because we probably just have done on Twitter, but that's really resounding praise, really interesting. Aprameya, through your serial enterprises, but also through your investments, I'm very interested because you also describe yourself as a daydreamer who enjoys singing. So I'm trying to reconcile this image of the grafting-driven entrepreneur and the dreamer. How do you know when you're onto or you spot a winning business idea? So many must come across your desk.
Yeah, so as in most of my so businesses are built in 2 phases. One is where, gut feel takes, precedence, right? Like in the beginning, the 0 to 1 journey is all gut feel. And gut feel is also analytical in some way because as an entrepreneur, you've been fed so much information about the market, your past, what you've run, people talking to you. So all of that is data that is coming together in some way, and that is giving you the gut feel, right? So that is the initial phase. Then, the taking an initially successful idea to scale and, all of those things is the second phase, right? So I think, at the end of it, if I have to sell too hard, then it's not a successful business, right?
Look for that flow almost.
Yeah, so I should be able to say, this is what I do, and everybody just, accepts it without a single question. saying, yeah, you make sense, I'm going to use this.
Okay, because that's tricky in certain, Dimple, I just wonder if that, look for the door that swings open. You must have had to convince some people in your journey, everybody here has. What is the biggest lesson you've learned about dealing particularly with the Indian healthcare system? What would you share?
So I always feel this challenge where when patient they go to the hospitals or anywhere, they have to struggle a lot navigating through the healthcare system. While it's not that complicated, as I've been in US where my husband was getting cancer treatment for 2 years, I was there, and I saw a big difference between the way value has been given to human life, at the same time their convenience, their entire journey. Because as a caregiver, I need to focus on my loved one's treatment, their emotions, their well-being, not on the other logistic challenges that comes along with that. So what I saw here when I was meeting oncologists and doctors, I felt that yes, doctor-patient ratio is bad in India. There's a long way to go before we reach there. But a lot of problems can be simplified. The journey can be made better by focusing on the entire patient journey, yes. The moment they reach the hospital and then when they get discharged. So even our patients today, when they visit hospital, they face similar challenges. And then we, being the point of contact between the patient and hospital, try to identify those gaps, try to be the intermediary between the patient and hospital to ensure that our patients feel safe, better and happier when they come out of the hospital.
Yes, join those dots, right.
Yes.
Gautam, I'm going to ask you to summarize a huge question, which is, if you think about the biggest barriers facing India's startups, you've got firsthand the biggest challenges that they face.
If you ask the startups, there are two things that the startups always say: money and customers. Okay, and both are really not problems. I mean, it is about actually, again, focusing on that one thing that perhaps would resonate with a specific, let's say, a class of customers that you need to identify, which is a non-trivial exercise. It doesn't happen overnight. It's something that you got to spend a lot of time on. Figure that out to kind of work on one single offering that there's a class of customers that is willing to pay money for.
This is such good advice. So we're in our final minute, 20 seconds each. Today we say Namaste New India. New India for you in one word only. Premier, I'm going to put you on the spot.
I think a new global leader.
Hang on, you're supposed to know the number of characters at Q. One word only.
One word only. As a new global leader, that's the only thing that's coming to my mind.
Okay, hashtag new global leader. Yeah. Fine. Gautam.
I'd say innovation.
Innovation, good. Pinched yours, hasn't he, Dimple?
Innovation, yeah.
What was your second choice?
I'd also say youth. I mean, there's definitely a lot of youth that is unafraid. Yeah. I know too many words
He's taken your second choice, hasn't he?
I'll stick to innovation.
Innovation is good. Kevin, finally.
It's 2 words with a hyphen, tech savvy.
Tech savvy, I like it a lot. Fantastic. Right, we'll see you on Coup. Yep. We'll continue to follow Reap. And of course, to Onco as well. So thank you so much for what you're doing. And in terms of Carbon Lights, all power to you during COP. It couldn't be more timely. Thank you very much to the whole panel. Brilliant.
Thanks
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, as they leave the stage, we're going to take a really short break, just about 10 minutes, and we'll be back with our next brilliant guests in about 10 minutes' time. Thank you very much.
afternoon. Welcome back. Please take your seats. We are starting part 2. Can I please request everyone to take seats? I'll invite you. The morning was amazing. Many years back, one very wise journalist said to me that everything you know about India is true. And quite the opposite is also true. That's been my experience for last few weeks and even since morning. There's so much to learn, so much to explore. Under our theme of Decoding New India, our next panel is on diversity and inclusion, the economics of diversity and inclusion. Running this panel is my friend and co-founder of Tech India Advocates, Af Malhotra. Af, can you come on stage? And are you happy to introduce your panel? Thank you. Over to you, Af. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Hope you enjoyed tea and coffee. I'm privileged to host a panel on a topic that is extremely serious. Yet we're going to try and have a little bit of fun and keep it jovial. And it's a personal issue for me and all of the panelists who are going to join me on stage. And a warm round of applause, firstly to Ram Sinha, the founder of Pride Circle. Please. Srini Ramaswamy, the second founder of Pride Circle. Jnanada Deshpande, the CPO, Chief Partnership Officer of Deshpande Foundation. And finally, the powerhouse, Suki Fuller, the head of TLA Women in Tech and Black Women in Tech. If you wouldn't mind just having a seat there, that'd be great. Or we move along a little bit.
Cheers.
It's about diversity here. Okay, so I want to start the panel. Suki, welcome. Jnanada, Srini, and Ram. We've got a lot to get through. We only have 25 minutes, and it's a little bit unfair to spend 25 minutes talking about the economics of diversity and inclusion. Of course, it's a huge subject. We could have multiple PhDs on this. But I'd like to first start with the personal aspects of diversity. You know, we all sit here with our own stories, our own narratives. And I'd like to start with Suki first. So for you, Suki, what is diversity and inclusion? What does it really mean to you? The personal aspects of it, the why, very quickly, if I may.
I don't know if I'd say there's an exact why. I mean, I always think of it, you're born, you excrete throughout life, and you die. That's, everybody on this planet has that in common. Every living thing has that in common. So for me, just the whole D&I or diversity inclusion is just about being human. It's human first, and all the other things are just subsectors of being human.
It's beautiful, being human. Jnanada, for you.
Well, thank you for putting up this panel together, and thanks for including me. For me, there are two levels, and I think this is such a profound answer that I will give a little bit more personal story to why this particular issue is important. I'm a sociologist by training, so you definitely study all the intersectional identities.
Yeah.
In the context, in the larger context of socio-political, economical context in which those identities actually interact. But my interest in this space started with two prongs, and one was the in-between word of equity was very close to my own kind of inquiry. And I thought that many a times we think our identities as barriers that prohibit us from accessing something. And the whole journey was all about, can that be a powerhouse by owning up that identity? And the same identity which initially we thought is a limiting constraint can become actually a force that will propel me further. And the entire struggle and the rebel and the personal journey was always about negotiating that space And so it's very close to my heart on a personal level, various stories, but also as an academic inquiry, this topic kept becoming more and more relevant over the period of time.
Yeah, of course. So the complexity of identity, which we'll come to momentarily, and there is an academic aspect to diversity. There's a lot of, there are numbers out there, economic stats, there's data suggesting that diversity is great for society, it's great for business, and this is about the economics of diversity and inclusion. And we will come to that. Srini, for you, what is your why? I mean, you run Pride Circles, so tell us about why you're in this game, and of course your partner here is a core part of that too.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I think that's, for me to work in this space has been absolutely personal. And just sort of taking a moment, from being from southern India, I've grown up in North India. So within the country, I've seen a great divide in terms of, your cultures, your spoken language, how you look, your skin tone, come from a business class family to a service class family. So I've seen those as I was growing up. And I often wondered as to why the people who would come from various backgrounds would operate differently, And for me, I soon realized that, I really need to invest time in knowing people, and Suki's point about end of the day, we are all human beings. I think that was my first sort of understanding about, hey, there are so many people coming from various backgrounds of religion, ethnicity, race, and all of this are so beautifully overlapped within us, That was the first understanding about, diversity, that, it's about the mix of people. Inclusion for me, that how do you have this mix work together and be valued and welcomed, and people bring their authentic selves.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that was my journey from that point on, as was growing up in the school to today, as what are the various ways or little efforts that I can put in to make others included and welcomed, valued, and at the same time they feel that this is where I belong. I think that has been my little effort in building my personal journey, as well as what we do at Pride Circle today.
Yeah, it's lovely. Ram.
I think what Suki said was amazing, that we all are effectively the same. We are born human and we die human, but in between, navigating this complex mess of a world that we have made for ourselves, that is where D&I matters so much. Think of it as a game, and your body is a suit. What gender, what skin color, what physical abilities you have sets systemic barriers and opens doors to you. So that the real world limits your access to opportunities. We have talked about capabilities, that how it is so important to be capable, but whether despite having capabilities, are you given that opportunity, right? That is what D&I is all about. How do we really build a world which is kinder, which is more human, which has similar access for everyone, right? If I navigate this world as a male, it's different versus I'm navigating this as a transgender woman, right? Versus I'm navigating this as a black person who is also a person with disability. So I think the idea of D&I, diversity is here to stay. We are all different, and thank God we're different. Otherwise, it'll be such a painful world to live in, right?
For sure, absolutely. I mean, our focus today really is the workplace, because this is such a huge topic. And when you think about tech and the workplace, diversity is a core part of this strategy. I don't think it's no longer just the morally right thing to do. It is, in fact, a survival strategy, right? It is the route to sustainable growth. Well, we believe that, of course, and there are many skeptics too. So let's talk about the two very important things I'd like to cover in the next 15 or 20 minutes, if we can. The first is this dynamic of India. We sit here in India today, in Bengaluru, and we have amongst us people who are experiencing diversity in so many different ways. In fact, right from here to there, okay? And we all have our own personal stories. Now, I'd like to start with Ram, if that's okay. And you are at the epicenter of this setup, Pride Circle, okay? And we have a sense of why you're doing it, because you've talked about your why. Tell us about, of course, with an India context, tell us about what you think is actually working well with D&I in the workplace. What are you proud of? And just one example of a bright spot. And I'll come to the dark side in a moment, but for now, it's all positive and bright.
I think, first of all, realizing that there are other people in the room and there are other perspectives that I am not aware of, that is the most important, because we all navigate the world with our lens and we feel everything is great. But what other person's going through, we don't know. So starting the dialogue in this space, that helps. So what we do at Pride Circle is help organizations become LGBT inclusive, so understanding LGBT people perspectives. One bright spot, we have been conducting exclusive job fairs for LGBT plus people, and we've successfully placed over 650 people from this community in corporate India. The other thing I would say that companies in India are very progressive. They're going above and beyond compliance needs to really assimilate LGBT talent within the workplace, be it same-sex partner insurance coverage, though same-sex marriage is not legal in the country, gender affirmation surgery, and a whole lot of other initiatives that really goes out to support LGBT community. I would say that's a really bright spot.
Just briefly, in terms of policy, what's the situation with the acceptance from the Indian government on some of the laws related to LGBTQ? Just give us a quick summary so we're all on the same page.
So only in 2018 was Section 377 read down in the country that basically meant decriminalizing homosexuality. We are like very nascent stage from a law perspective. The trans aspect has taken some progress, like third gender is illegally gendered from 2014 itself. There is an act to protect trans people's rights, but there's a really long way to when we talk about equality in the eyes of law for LGBT people.
Excellent. Bright spot for you, Srini.
I think if I would be repeating what Ram just said. I think there are a lot of bright spots in the corporates today. To the point that Ram mentioned about the Section 377 ruling down in the September of 2018. Pre to that was, you would hardly find companies or corporate in India visibly, vocally talking about LGBT inclusion in India, right? So you would have their organizations or in other countries talking about and doing much more, but in India it was like, okay, we're not going to talk about it. Let us, wrap it under the carpet because it's illegal. To 2018 and fast forward today, there is very less of pink washing, but more of companies visibly and vocally speaking out. To Ram's point that, whether in terms of affirmatively working on inclusive policies, to affirmatively working on awareness and sensitization, to affirmatively hiring and skilling, because it's a lot of our panelists who spoke before us spoke about the demographic dividend and also talk about youth. So the organizations today are heavily investing in tapping into the potential of youth, LGBTQ youth or queer youth in the campuses and investing them to build the future.
How comfortable do you think folks in this community are when yesterday we were at a bar, for example, with the advocates, and we were looking around and there were so many different people from different backgrounds, speaking different languages, different dialects. This is what India is. Multi levels of complexity and innovation all at once. Are people comfortable accepting that they're part of this diverse group now? And would they go around telling their family members and friends? Are we at that stage, or is it still, hidden and they're in the shadows? Where are we with it?
I think it won't be fair for me to just say yes or a no, because it's still a very gray, and I stay away from binary responses, yes or no, because that's where even the sexuality is very fluid. So I would say that it is a journey for an individual who is closeted or out from the community, and also a journey of a parent or an ally to come out. Because I often say that it is not just coming out of a process of somebody from the community, it is also a process of coming out as an ally, visible and vocal ally. So it could be a parent, it could be a sibling, it could be a friend. The acceptances, yes, the research says that the youth is far more accepting and is open. And we were looking at some of the data across the globe of the youth between the age group of 16 to 21. said that, whether you look at India data or China, US, UK, said that about 20% of the youth said that they are from the community.
Got it,
Right.
yeah.
So I think, that sort of dynamics are changing. And when you have an expectation from the youth that, whether it's a workplaces that we want the workplaces to be like this, the workplaces have to then be more, affirmatively working on creating those spaces, equitable spaces.
All hope lies in the demographics, it seems. They've got to do a lot of work. Nyanada, what about you?
So I'll pick it up from where Srini initially mentioned that there are layers of identity: caste, region, language. Are you a first generation graduate in your family or a second generation? You're coming out of a family that inherited, say, maybe 3 generations. They are not literate, but now it's the first time learning. What I see as a bright spot, and working in Deshpande Foundation, visiting villages day after day, and even in my prior jobs when I visited villages, I see tremendous hope in our youth as well as our children. Because when I go to school and I visit schools, these identity markers are kind of a play. They play with it, not discriminate it. I see that so strongly, and I did not have that perception myself. But say something as rigid as caste. But when you see the classroom of the 5th grader, they are playing together, eating together, joining hands, collaborating. There are different realities. Everything is not hunky-dory, but at the same time, I see the bright spot as the great possibility of change in youth as well as children. And they are kind of growing in tandem together in that conversation.
Yeah, this becomes the cornerstone of, it feels like when you talk about India, the demographics, it came up earlier on, and I think two or three people talked about the demographics again and again and again. Yes. I think this is almost like you're putting all your chips, to some extent, on the demographic number, and not you, of course, we all are, and I think the next generation or the next few generations have a lot of work to do to take India in the direction it needs to. I will come back to you, bear with me. Suki, the bright spot.
Okay, so there are 2 hats I'm wearing here. So in the American hat, the bright spots in the corporate sector, I would say there was a record number of female-founded companies in 2021. That's all good. Well, I have a lot more to say on the bad stuff.
Of course. Hence, I'm going to start with you on that point. So
and the same number goes in the UK as well. There was a record number, and that's been a growth since 2018. And that may be just from the aspect of being a woman. It seems that instead of deciding to sit at somebody else's table when you for a long time haven't been wanted and haven't been recognized, that women are now saying, and I'm speaking specifically about women, that it is now, well, we'll just go ahead and build our own. Yeah, because brilliant. We are half of the world's population, so why are we going to sit around and wait when we know that we can do this as well as the other half of the population?
Yeah, that drive and allyship actually translates and transcends through all of this.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the key areas that I see that's positive, is that more women are stepping up and saying, well, guess what? I'm going to go talk to this male ally. I'm going to go have friends that are LGBTQ. I'm going to work with the people that want to work with me as a woman and make it happen. And then conversely, I'll start on the negative because I know you're going to go that question, right?
Before you do, absolutely, you're going to come first. I just want to say, because you're involved in connections, you're building bridges, you are bringing like-minded people together to create this collective. The multiplier effects are coming from unification, right? So one of the things I just wanted to raise there, it's incredible work, and this is the East-West cross-pollination. The work that we're doing, of course, I'm familiar with it, is so powerful, and I think Suki probably needs to come through now into Tech India advocates and the various people here, where there should be the synergy where we're all, in a manner collectively trying to drive this agenda, because this is a global opportunity and a challenge. So let's talk about challenges now, sort of the darker side of it. Hopefully I'm okay with time, and please stand up and wave 5. Okay, great. 5. We've got 5 minutes, so we're going to do this rapid fire. What do you feel really distressed about? What's really upsetting you, like the dark stuff? Just try and give me one.
Okay, I'll be really fast. despite the record amount of companies that have been founded by females, the number overall of how much money is being given to female-founded companies is dismal. It's around 3%, which has dropped from the high of 4% 3 years ago, pre-pandemic. And the number, when it looks good on paper, when you're looking at, say, PitchBook, is somewhere around 2.3 billion. And it's like, whoa, that's a lot of money. But when you look at the overall stat, it's around 280 billion that has gone to companies founded overall. So you look at that number, then you break that down to the different segments. Black women are getting even less. Asian women are getting even less. If you are in another category of being LGBTQ, even less. So the fact is, it's really great overall that there is a lot of money being raised, being given to startups, even scale-ups. I mean, it's great, but when you look at the actual breakdown, the demographics, it's still a drop in the bucket for people that are not in that quote-unquote majority segment.
Yeah. Brilliant. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. Just to give you another stat, so that 280 billion feels like a huge number in terms of investment. But this is a figure that is so distressing. Only 8 billion has gone into diversity and inclusion related programs to date in global companies. Only 8 billion. Like the IT budget is at 1.5% of total revenue, between 1.5% and 4%. That's way more in a multi-billion-dollar company than the total amount of money in D&I. So there is hope. But at this point, the outcomes and the results are dismal, right? Right.
So one of the major challenges that I feel, and the dark spot, is like we talked in India about the digital divide, but there is a major and massive understanding divide. And just the sheer understanding of the depth of the problem, and that gets exacerbated when those who are in power and the powerful voices do not recognize that it is in also their interest to become an ally. So these two challenges, and the divide is such that it can't be bridged without compassion, without ethical mindset, without having an enthusiasm or initiative to bridge it, and we are still trying to patch that gap. So there is hope, but there is an absolute divide that really needs, and corporate India really has a role to play because they become role models very quickly. I'm not aiming at the political India or the other leaderships, but the corporate leadership and startups especially. And since we are in that group today, I would just mention that they have such an opportunity because the engineering mindset trains them to solve the problem. This is something right in front of us, and a compassion can actually solve that problem. So it's a solvable problem of divide that we can bridge. I think there is an opportunity to do that, but it's a dark spot.
Yeah, great. It's a little bit of positivity there as well. Absolutely. So it's really for you, the dark
so
side.
I'm going to talk about the dark spot from the LGBTQ lens. So there was a study which was done by the World Bank along with Professor Lee Badgett in 2016, which carried out the study to find out what is the economic loss in India due to homophobia. And it was reported that India loses up to $32 billion every year, which accounts for up to 1.2% of the gross domestic product of the country. So imagine we are passing this homophobia from home and school. And these are the people who are, getting out of contributing to the country's growth. Imagine the demographic again. If we tap into this, and India loses that much of amount of GDP every year, how much of a push towards reaching that goal of $9 trillion by 2030 can be achieved if we become a little more empathetic, a little more inclusive, a little more better human beings and ally, and you would see an immense amount of push and a growth in this country within no time.
Excellent, great. Ram.
I would not dwell on the dark side because there's a lot we talked about. I would rather request people here that all of you tech entrepreneurs and working in the tech space and investing, let's try to build products and services that helps more than just people like me. Like whoever you're designing it for, that is how we solve problems. I think there's a lot of demographic dividend, the brain potential, we can do so much more if we just think about the other perspective for a bit. And I think let's focus on solutions. If we are just worried about problems, there are millions of problems. It'll just paralyze you to do anything. So let's.
Absolutely, that's lovely. That's nicely put. So we segue into closing up very quickly. So finally, so dystopia or utopia? Dystopia, something that's not going to be great, not a negative outcome, and a utopian world. Of course, I think I know what you're going to say, but I'm going to start with Suki because she's going to kick this off. Dystopia or utopia with the way we're going?
If I have to go with my tech hat, I'm going to say utopia. If I have to go with my professional hat as an Intel analyst, I'm going to say dystopia. So I am quite conflicted, just like India.
So someone said, what does India mean? So, it gave an example of food, like a biryani we all love to eat. So it's like cooking a biryani and throwing in oxymorons, contradictions, and dichotomies all in one and mixing it together. You can't really understand it. So that's a beautiful answer, by the way. It's nice and balanced, very diplomatic. Dystopia, utopia.
Well, I'm going to steal Srini's line. No binaries, but extreme optimism. Optimism is that the problems will be solved. Okay. Because climate, everything is giving us signals that, it's going to be very dark, and someone is saying we will have to go to Mars and stay there. But I'm an impatient optimist.
Bring
and
Elon
I
Musk
like
into the conversation again.
And I really like it that way. So if optimism leads to utopia, it's utopia. But optimism is the key.
Optimism. It's in the sandwich. The optimism is the tasty
sandwich.
stuff in there.
Yes.
Okay, Srini.
I think it depends on you and me. If we want to exclude the minorities, you know the answer. If we want to be truly inclusive, you know the answer. So it's the hat that we wear when we sit behind the computer and code. Are we building those, platforms and tools which are going to be biased and is designed in such a way that we keep the minorities out? Then you know where we are headed.
Beautiful. Ram, we end on you.
I think if you look at the numbers of climate challenge, mental health issues, and all of that, it looks very dystopian. But I would be a pragmatic and optimistic person. Say, let's push for utopia.
Beautiful, lovely. Look, there's so much we need to discuss, but I'm absolutely honored to have this esteemed panel here. A round of applause for Suki Fuller, please. A really, really compelling round of applause. Nyanada Deshpande. Srini Ramaswamy. And of course, Ram Sinha. Thank you very much. Hope you enjoy the next panel, and over to my co-hosts.
Thank you. Well, as they leave the stage, why don't we give another round of applause to all of them and our brilliant chair, Av Malhotra. Well done, Av. Thank you. I'm going to introduce our next panel in under 1 minute, but I'm not going to ask you to dance or play any games. All be standing up for me, please. Let's just stretch our legs, because I know what founders and disruptors are like. You don't like sitting down for too long. That means you, Richard. That means you, Anders. There you go. Stretching. There you go, Zoltan. Even over here, I can see you, even though the lights are bright. There you go. Just shake it out. Stretch. There you go. Say hi to your neighbor. As you sit down, I'll introduce our next chair in 30 seconds. Let's have a seat. Go on. Ready? Ready, Vince? You mentioning to you? And we're welcoming Anju and Rajib to the stage side before we introduce our next session. Looking forward to it. Welcome back, everybody. If you're just joining us online, this is our Global Tech Advocates Summit 2022, and we're broadcasting live from Bengaluru in India, and we are hugely grateful to be here. We're having a fantastic week. This is our anchor event, so thank you to everyone who's come down to our space here, face-to-face, and thank you for tuning in, or if you're catching up, hello. Our next session is on the ever-changing face of venture capital, so they might have brought their checkbooks with them. We just don't know. But we will be tuned into this. To chair the panel, let me say something about our chair. Bindi Karia is a true global citizen. When we first met, Well, that was a bit Jurassic Park, wasn't it? When we first met, she was crowned Queen of Startups, undisputably, actually, in her work at Microsoft, then on to Silicon Valley Bank. But today, she sits on multiple startup boards. She sits on the boards of universities. She advises governments, especially through the European Commission, and she's a venture partner at Molten Ventures. She is hugely entrepreneurial of spirit. Welcome her with her panel, Bindi Karia.
Hi. Okay, great. So, decoding New India, the changing faces of venture capital. I think this panel is going to be really interesting. We've got someone from Europe, really focused in long-term venture capitalist. We have someone who's really focused on educating new VCs, particularly from a diverse perspective. We've got a local entrepreneur and someone who's really working with startups and venture capitalists. So with that, can I call the panel to stage? Welcome, everyone, to Let's Talk About Venture Capital in India and having lots of different perspectives. I'm actually going to save the honor of the introductions to each of you, because I think it's better coming from yourselves, who you are and what you're about. Anju, let's start with you. A really quick 30-second intro. Who are you? What do you have to do with the venture capital world?
Sure. Thank you for having me here. Anju Gupta. I work with Ivy Cap Ventures. We're a venture capital fund based out of Mumbai. Our core differentiator is that we work with the IITIM alumni network. So a lot of our investors, a lot of our network is the IITIM alumni. And what I do is work with early stage entrepreneurs. I work with a lot of the institutes. We run programs to help the entrepreneurs scale and grow through partnering with corporates, connecting them to domain experts that are available globally. And I think I'll stop there. So really working with the early stage entrepreneurs, helping them grow and scale.
Excellent. And do you focus on a region, or are you sort of focused India-wide?
India. The fund funds companies that are based out of India, but our network is global in terms of the domain experts we work with, the corporates we work with.
Okay, amazing. Rajiv, you're an entrepreneur turned investor. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Sure. It's first of all awesome to be here. This is one of the first panels where I've been with 4 other women in a panel.
Absolutely,
and that's
it's how it should
phenomenal.
be.
That's how things should be. That's how things should change. So thanks for having me here. So I think it's, and I was just telling someone, it's great it's in Domlur. It's 5 meters from house and 5 meters from, 5 minutes from office. That's the only way a Bangalore person is going to come. We have people here from every other country, but that's the only way a Bangalore person is going to come. It's been awesome making that shift from being a founder to being a VC. And what Antler does, for people who do not know, is we are actually probably the world's fastest growing VC. We are now in 25 countries, managing approximately $1 billion in capital. India is around a year plus old, so we are very new in India. And we work with founders even before a founder realizes they want to be a founder. I think that's sort of what's so special. Venture capitalists are known to come work with founders once they realize they want to be a founder and they want to raise capital. But what Antler does is really work with you right around the time that you want to make that leap from employee to entrepreneur. And I've made that leap once in the past. 10 years back, I started this company called Urban Ladder. For people who have been in India would probably have known of Urban Ladder. And it was such a seesaw experience that I decided at the end of that I have to become a VC. So
makes sense. Absolutely. You're often quite the best form of VC out there. Nikita, I've known you forever. I first met you at Imperial, and she asked me to speak to a community of women in Athena. Tell us a little bit about yourself and Included.
Hi, I'm Nikita, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Included VC. Included VC is the first of its kind global venture capital fellowship. So we take talent from underrepresented and overlooked markets, so gender, race, LGBTQIA+, neurodiversity, physical disability, age, and we take all of that and strip it apart and we train aspiring VCs to break into the industry. And in the last 3 years, we've had an 80 to 90% success rate of those wanting to go into venture. So from Indonesia to India to China, the UK, we've pretty much got base everywhere. And we hope we can change the face of venture capital, literally.
And it's fair to say you've had your first success in India?
Yep, so two of my favorite human beings in Bangalore. One is at Bloom VC, and the other one just signed up Matrix this week.
Fantastic. And last but definitely not least, the wonderful Anne Glover. Anne, I've known you for what, 15 years? We go way, way back. I'll let you rattle off your amazing CV. It's too
Thank
much
you.
to say.
No, I've been a VC in the UK for 30 years. I founded a firm called Amadeus 25 years ago. We invest in tech in the UK and Europe, and we also have invested in emerging markets, including here in India, at the later stages. I've now more recently moved a little bit more onto the IC side of LP communities, so I get to see VC from the LP perspective, which is very interesting. I'm on the investment committee of the Yale Endowment, and I'm also on the investment committee of what used to be called CDC, which is British International Investment, which is why I'm here, because we are visiting the VC community here in India this week.
Yeah, such a happy coincidence to have you here with us. And I know certainly many female VCs look up to you in the ecosystem in UK and Europe. So really great to have you with us. So I think my first question is, I wanted to sort of lay the groundwork for what we're seeing in India. Obviously the two of you being investors here, but actually the two of you, what you're seeing from the outside. So I guess what tech verticals are you guys seeing as the next growth sector in India? And I'm going to ask each of you individually. So Anju, let's start with you.
I think it's interesting that in India now we're seeing a lot of focus in the agri-tech. A lot of youngsters are getting in there. We're beginning to see a lot of interest on the sustainability side. A lot of funds are now looking at the SDG goals. A lot of young entrepreneurs are headed there. Gaming is another one, and it's something that's not out there enough right now in India, but I begin to see a lot of interest in data information and security.
Cool, that's quite a wide range, and we luckily yesterday as a delegation were able to see some very interesting startups, particularly in the agri-tech space. I like, what was it? It was the cow-based platform that was quite mind-blowing actually. Cows in the cloud, it was pretty impressive. Rajiv, because you're seeing companies from the very beginning and inception, what are you seeing at super early stage? What are the cutting edge that you're witnessing right now?
I think we have that vantage point. We saw 10,000 founders last year, which is
Impressive.
probably 80% of all the founders starting up in this country. And so we have that vantage point because of the stage. So what I think there's continuous interest in, I think the sectors that Anju mentioned, as well as fintech has always been a darling for India. So, there's been a number of unicorns there. So there's a lot of trends. Consumer brands, as the, GDP grows over the next decade to $5,000, I think there's going to be a lot of influx of consumer brands. But I think three big sectors we are seeing, which is more of late, is SaaS building from India for the world from day one, right? Yeah. What used to happen earlier was not just services and product companies, but building to the world as an afterthought. Now we see that from day one to get that first 5-10 clients. Second is Web3. Everything Web3, because I think there's a new, younger audience that doesn't know what risk is and just wants to build, and they are just doing a lot of stuff. And again, they don't know what it is not to build for the world, right? So they start from there. The third is everything around wellness and health, and India is known for some of the stuff like yoga, and I think we are now expanding that to even mental wellness. So these are three sectors that we see a lot more.
Yeah, that's really fascinating. Nikita, given you've worked, on the ground with placing people at a super early stage in VC, what were the skill sets or insights that the new associates were required to think about from an industry perspective?
So following on from Rajiv's point, I think the consumer coming in as the consumer market, I think the thing that they're all focused on is Middle India. So Middle India, Bharat, India too. The subset that people think that just changing the vernacular language to English will allow these people to come online. Well, actually, it's a different mindset, age, connectedness, how they think, their hopes, aspirations. And so I think building specifically for that demographic, that's average income is $2,000 to $4,000 a year, is very different from the power users who consume today's India.
Yeah.
And the second one is just general, very strong vertical knowledge. For example, just in the last year, I think 60 to 80 55 new companies of space tech companies have registered, right? That's huge. And I think India houses, as of May 2022, 120 of them. So, and then the third, I think, is it's a different kind of ed tech. India is obsessed with cricket education, and I think ed tech is a different kind of ed tech.
Very interesting. And you had a lot of presentations today before you came here. And so I'd love to hear what the VC community and the LP community here is telling you as an investor in the space.
Well, I think the shift is from horizontal platforms to vertical consumer, which is certainly happening. I think the other shift that's happening is, as I always being last, you compliment your co-panelists, because certainly seeing enterprise software built from the ground up. But the big change that really has surprised me in the last 2 days is the amazing infrastructure that has been created by the government, which started with identity and then payments, and now has moved on to this open digital commerce platform, ONDC. And for me, what I'm seeing and hearing about is the opportunity to build companies on this infrastructure. And I actually think it's incredibly exciting for the entrepreneurial community. I don't know if the venture community is, the local venture community will certainly grab it, because it's sort of a Netscape moment where you've suddenly got a new infrastructure that's open to the world and open to democratizing access for entrepreneurs to build on a platform. I think it's phenomenal, and that will, in and of itself, it's not a vertical, it's not a sector, but I think it will change the way businesses evolve here.
Yeah, I think it was certainly mind-blowing yesterday when we learned about there's no unbanked in India, and there's a single digital infrastructure, and just the payment platforms that we're seeing pop up in ONDC. It was literally mind-blowing to learn about all of that. And a lot of this has just popped up in the last 3-4 years. So this is all the positive side. Rajiv, I'm going to start with you because you're a long-term entrepreneur and now you're working and investing in, building new companies. What are some of the biggest obstacles you're seeing that you think India will need to overcome in the next 5 years?
If I had to sort of stack rank, I think what you said is true. That was sort of a huge eye-opener, not just Geo in 2016 and the India digital stack. I think those have been big benefits. One, I think the physical infrastructure still, has a long way to go. So people, when COVID happened and people could work remotely, I think they just en masse started working, from outside India and just going abroad and, all of that stuff. So I think that is one which has just not kept pace with what's required. Two, and that sort of includes everything from climate and pollution. And I was in Delhi last week, and it's just impossible to just even land and breathe there, right? It's just really bad, right? Second, I would say is everything around talent in terms of engineering talent specifically. This is true even in the valley probably, but I think cost of engineering talent here is just still exponentially has increased. And I remember recruiting the first engineer in 2012. Versus 2022, it's probably like, 6x, 7x. And so, when capital has increased so much, venture capital, number of investors, number of founders has increased, the engineering talent has just not kept pace with that foundationally.
Do you think there's been a brain drain? Because obviously the big global companies and, let's face it, Indians are basically running Silicon Valley now. And we're certainly seeing that in Europe as well. So do you think there's a brain drain that's affected this?
I don't know the data behind that, but I do think that there's enough and more people who are staying back after engineering. I mean, when I did my, IIT, probably 90% of people right after IIT went to the US. I'm talking 20 years back. Today, apparently, in the last 5 years, that data is exactly the reverse. 90% or 80% stay back in India, right? Whether to join startups or to do their MBA. So I actually think it's been reversed.
It's interesting. Yeah, so that's really good anecdotally.
Yeah, that's absolutely great data, right? And I was in the 10% at that time. Now it's like 90% stays back. So that's good to hear.
That's really good to hear. Actually, really, really nice.
I think these are the two foundational that I can think of. There are other regulatory challenges, especially in the field of Web3. I think there's a lot of regulatory ambiguity there. I wish, specifically in an area that Indians want to build, I think hopefully there are a bunch of that, as well as how investments happen from India to the globe, when companies shift. There's a bunch of regulatory stuff. I won't get into the next level detail of it, but I'm sure there can be worked on.
Web3 is a whole other panel in itself, isn't it? Anju, what are you seeing obstacle-wise, and love to get your views on the talent shortage?
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely agree kind of on the talent piece. I mean, and like it or not, it's a cliche. There is a war on talent. I mean, startups are struggling to get good people in, especially on the tech side. And, it's good for the good techies out there. They're in demand. So I think we definitely need more of them. I think one of the other things we're seeing is, a lot of these startups that are into deep tech, into metaverse, into Web3, they need people guiding them, helping them. And I don't think we have enough of that expertise right now in India. I mean, and access that these entrepreneurs have to them, to look at their technology, to test their technology, to help them grow. So I think that aspect, focused on the mentorship, helping these guys grow from the ground up is a little missing. And these guys are like struggling with it, the young entrepreneurs. And then we struggle, we do a lot of connecting, trying to connect them with domain experts, and we struggle finding the experts for them. So I think that is also, slowing them down.
So it's time to attract people and bring brains into India, it feels
Absolutely. And now that it's, everything is enabled virtually, it should be easier.
Yeah.
And then one thing I would add to that is there is still a struggle. There's a tremendous talent and really good entrepreneurs in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. And I think we still have a long way to go to give them access to the resources they need to grow and scale. I think that's a tremendous talent pool we're not able to kind of get out there.
Okay, and then I'm going to borrow from the last panel because it's such a passion that's really close to home for me. Nikita, your role and your mission in life, which is really enabling diversity and allowing people to get in at the ground level in venture. And I know you've been in Ahmedabad the last month, haven't you? What have you seen? What are the obstacles you've been witnessing, even placing 2 people in very reputable Indian VC funds?
So it's a bit complex and nuanced, and so please take this in the manner it's intended. I think we keep talking about talent, founders. The truth is that VC looks for outliers. We are looking for those completely amazing people who are different, who are going to think different. Yet, globally, and we're talking about India today, everyone looks the same. I'm not going to name the university, same 2 universities of management and technology, and then they go and do consulting at one of the firms, and then they get hired. If you're looking for these founders in tier 2, tier 3, females, no university, they're different, they speak differently to you, then why does everyone look the same? And I think we know that, but the truth is it works. The funds are making money, well, hopefully most of them are. So we think, we'll just carry on as is. As of May and March 2022, 2 of the top 6 firms in India didn't have a female investor. They just got one end of last year. And only 2 out of the 6 have a female partner. So I think that's a huge, if we just talk about, there's caste and other religions and languages and cities, but just gender, if we focus on one thing for the next 5 years, and today invest in female analysts and associates, and really in 5 years train them so well that they become, partner and have a decision voice, it's going to completely change things that are funded.
Yeah, and I think the numbers are it's pretty abysmal in Europe. I think 1% of venture capital partners in Europe are female, and even fewer percentage of that are actually investment committee. But Anne is the exception to that rule, very much so, which is fantastic. And I think, I guess, what do you see as obstacles based on what you learned today? But also put a bit of that diversity lens on that, because you are investment committee in Britain and also the Yale Endowment.
The obstacles to the talent,
or
just
India in general, yeah.
Well, I think, so in general, I think the obstacles for India VC is that they have to deliver exits. It was a boom year last year. It was a boom year globally. There's a lot of evidence of write-ups. There's a lot of evidence that things are going to come down. And so the consequence is that LPs are looking for returns, and the Indian VC ecosystem has sort of started twice, once in 2007, again in 2013. And I've got the sense that it's about to restart again now. It's sort of these decade-long episodes of people getting confident and LPs coming in. A lot have withdrawn because they haven't seen the cash coming back. I actually think now it's really a lot more fertile than it ever has been. And so I think for those who are really keen to invest, I think this is now by far and away the most exciting emerging market, and it exceeds China, even although China has been the darling for the last 15 years. And so I think from an industry point of view, it's exits. From the diversity point of view, I mean, frankly, it's education. Because I've done a lot of work on this in the UK, and you can see all the way through high school, 50-50, sciences, into university, pretty good, sciences. As you leave, really interesting. Females go into the biosciences, they don't go into the tech and engineering. It drops to 13%. It then becomes 13% everywhere you look. LPs, VCs, you name it. I'm not saying they're rising to the top, that's a separate point. So I actually think it has to start in early career. I mean, we need to help people more immediately than that, but I actually think it starts with families and having girls treated the same as boys in families. And that's where you'll see the difference.
Yeah, I know my family thought I was a disappointment when I went into political science as opposed to pre-med. My father never quite got over that. and we only have 5 minutes left, which is amazing because there's so much more content that I would love to talk about. And sort of my final question, and again, I'm going to ask each of you this question, and I can share a little bit of my insight. 2.5 years ago, I came here. Molten Ventures is part of the Draper Venture Network worldwide. So we had our worldwide summit here in India, and Bloom.vc hosted us in Bangalore and Bombay. And I was blown away, absolutely blown away by the quality of the entrepreneur I met, the quality of the VC and the ecosystem I met. And I literally was like, how did I not know this, being in Europe and being, advising the European Commission on setting up a large venture fund? I didn't know it. And so for me, the question is, India's reputation as a tech hub internationally, for me, I just didn't know anything. And I wish I'd known more, and now I'm so happy to be back and, be part of this. So I'm going to start with Anju and Rajiv. What do you think India's reputation is internationally? What do you think can be done? And then I'm going to go to Nikita and Anne and go, what are you hearing and what are you seeing? And Anne, actually it'd be really fun to get your impression before you came to India, because this has been a learning trip for you as well. So Anju, sort of your final thoughts on that.
So you're saying international as far as the entrepreneur startup ecosystem goes, or?
Both entrepreneur and venture capital. What do you think India's reputation is internationally? I'm arguing that most of us internationally don't know.
Well, I think as a startup ecosystem, I mean, India's reputation in terms of the entrepreneurs and quality of entrepreneurs is growing, and it continues to grow. I think added to that, the fact that, I mean, it's a cliche, but the number of unicorns that India is growing is continuous. So that adds proof to the pudding, right? Not just talking. So I think actually the reputation is growing. I think it still tends to be seen as a tech country, a lot of tech focus. I think it's seen as a tremendous talent pool. I think we're seeing more investments from investors outside, so they are seeing India as an opportunity to make investments in.
But venture capital in particular?
Yes.
Okay, great. Rajiv, you've seen both sides. What do you think? You've been also global in what you've done.
I'll talk about the past and I'll also talk about the future because I have this vantage point. 10 years back when we started, I don't think we knew the E of entrepreneurship. I don't even think we knew the spelling of entrepreneurship, the word, right? Today, the founders that come who are 10 years younger to me when I was there, with 10 years of experience with Cognizant, Yahoo, and Infosys, they are way more mature than what I was 10 years back, right? They have access to way more talent than I had. I had to convince 15 people to get one person to join. today you have 15 people apply for a particular role, right? And 3, not just mentorship and ecosystem, they have way more capital. At that time, there were a total of 15 VCs that I could pitch to, who all had $50 million at max. And they would think so much to write a 1 million check and ask for 30% of your company, right? Today, there are probably 10x VCs, each of them having 10x capital. And I think the exits, I think that's a very fair point that the exits have not yet come. I think it's just a matter of time away. The second point I wanted to add is because of my vantage point as being part of Antler. Antler now has funds in 25 countries. Antler India today, and I don't think that would have been the case even 5 years back. Today, Antler India is the largest local fund within all Antler geographies, including US and China and Seoul and Korea. So there's a lot of interest within Antler. India is seen as literally the beachhead that we have to win in India because, as China, there's other geopolitical stuff. Russia, no one wants to go near. So BRICS has vanished other than right? So it really is seen as the beachhead for the emerging market. And I think, you can debate on the number of unicorns today. There are 100, maybe 80, whatever, right? 100 to 120. I think in the next decade, that number is going to go north of 500, right? So a lot of other stuff that we already talked about, which is laying the groundwork for that. So I do believe the exits have to happen, but outside of that, I think there's a huge positivity.
Yeah, and that's a really, really wonderful insight. And I want to repeat a word that I learned yesterday, and it's now one of my new favorite words, is Bharatpreneur. It's just such a magical word, and it's so true. Nikita, you have been seeing stuff in Europe as you're educating people to join VCs, and you've been doing it in India. What do you think India's international reputation is from your viewpoint?
So I'm going to take something Rajiv just said, that we're talking about all these Web3 and these young demographic, but something I saw yesterday, which I don't think internationally is the awareness is there, is a lot of the ground grassroots entrepreneurs are actually older. That is something that we don't talk about. The people we met yesterday have deep, deep expertise in agriculture and kind of the world and how things work. And actually, we're so focused on the younger demographic, the sexier demographic, that I think that we don't have sight of that. And I think especially for VC funds as well, internationally, it's investing in the young person. Whereas I think to come on the ground, to see people from Deshpande, Action for India, I think is going to phenomenally change the way they invest.
That's really interesting. So you're saying Gen X are humans and investable too. Anne, I'm going to give you the final word.
Oh, okay. So I've watched 30 years of the European VC ecosystem evolve, and 30 years ago, the entrepreneurs didn't exist, and VCs barely existed, and it was really, really hard, and frankly, we didn't deliver good returns either. Fast forward now 30 years, it's absolutely a vibrant, performing asset class. But it does take 30 years, and it took 30 years in Silicon Valley as well, because it started in essentially the 60s and the 70s, and it didn't really start delivering until the 90s. So expect that that's how long it takes. I think that I would think it's sort of in my observation of the journey, we're sort of in India, about 10 years behind Europe at the moment. So it's about a 2013 moment. What I can tell you is that the next decade was really good. So I'm very positive about what's going on here. But I do think that it's not a sort of sudden thing. I think the ecosystem has to evolve. And if there was one thing that I would encourage you all to do, and I'm beginning to see it even in the stories I heard yesterday, is to get more domestic capital interested in local VC. Because essentially when it was first started, it was all the US VCs who brought in their LPs from overseas, and they had the ability to raise money. And they didn't deliver great performance. And so it's got this international kind of, okay, it's the market that didn't quite work. Yeah. But actually, I think it's on the cusp of a real huge success. And if you can get the local institutional capital, personal capital, family wealth invested and benefiting, then you'll have a virtual circle of success, and that's what you need to make the ecosystem work.
And I think those are wonderful closing words and a really nice positive ending to what is an amazing moment. It's sort of a tipping point, isn't it, for India? So with that, Anju, Rajiv, Nikita, and thank you so much for your time and insight from varying different perspectives. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Bindi, and your amazing panel. I have to say, some of you will know that one of my hats is as a venture partner at a fund that invests in female-led innovation, and just incredible to have you as the only bloke on the stage there. So thank you, all of you. Wonderful, wonderful discussion. So in that spirit of us all having multiple identities, I'm going to switch one of my hats to talk about something that is really, really important to me as the non-executive director on the board of UK Research and Innovation. So UKRI, as it's known, is the organisation in the UK that convenes, catalyses and invests in research and innovation, all the way from right at the beginning of the fundamental science journey to late stage commercialization. So I want to ask my panel to come down to the stage, and I'd love to introduce them to you. We will have a fantastic discussion about the importance of bringing those wonderful ideas from that world of academia out into the world of startups and scale-ups. So let me introduce them in order. We have Dr. Saif Mahmood. Saif is the advocate to the Supreme Court of India, but is also an expert in international tech and legal issues. If I can ask you to sit just here, that's perfect, Saif, thank you. And then after that, we have Pat Saini. Pat is the lead for Immigration at Pennington Manches Coopers, who are one of our wonderful partners for today. She is also the lead for Immigration at Tech London Advocates. Then we have our dear friend of mine, Dr. Tulasi Gondikota. And Dr. Tulasi is the person who leads on the Technology Business Incubator at the Centre for Nanoscience and Engineering at the Indian Institute for Science, right here in Bengaluru. And last but very much not least, we have Arjun Bala. And Arjun is the CEO of Metayaj, which leads on IP strategy for international and Indian businesses. If you wouldn't mind sitting there, Arjun, that'd be wonderful. So, Arjun, I'm going to start with you, if I may, because one of the ways that we think about how successful academic commercialization is looking at patents. So tell us the story of patents. Have we seen an increase from India? What's happening there?
Yeah, sure. So there's a lot of innovation happening at research institutions. So like ISC is one of them. And so there's an increase in the number of patent applications from the research institutions. So that's a great development. And I also see a huge increase in terms of patenting from startups. So like, Bangalore this is where the startup ecosystem is really booming. And so these are the two areas where we've been seeing a lot of patents coming from startups and from educational institutions. And what's encouraging for me is that these patents, especially from startups, they're not just being filed in India, they're being filed in various other countries around the world. So they're building international patent portfolios, including in Europe and in South Korea, Japan, China. So that's a great trend that we're observing now.
And if I may just dig down on that 1 second. So is that a change? Have we seen a dramatic change in recent years here in India?
Yes, indeed. I mean, like not very long ago, maybe there was only like 20% of the patent applications which were filed in India were by Indian applicants. And now it's like that trend is slowly starting to change. So we see the number now moving towards like Indian applicants being close to 50% or so. And Indian applicants wouldn't even think of applying in various other markets. So they would be mainly applying in India and the US. So now we are seeing Indian applicants trying to expand in various other markets around the world.
So our last panel talked a lot about the importance of talent and how fundamental that was to the world of VC and startups and scale-ups. So Pat, you are our expert on talent. Tell us a little bit about what you're seeing, both globally but right here in India, in terms of the trends for how people are acquiring, hiring, retaining talent.
Yes. I think I'm going to say two things to start off with, though. Firstly, I
don't work for the government, so I'm not a government representative. And secondly, you should not believe everything you read in the British media as far as immigration is concerned. So they're two very important things.
That's our public service announcement for the day.
Exactly. Let's get that out the way. I think one of I mean, I haven't just learnt this coming to India on this recent trip. Obviously, in my team, we deal a lot with global immigration, so people coming into the UK. And the amount of Indian nationals that my clients across all different sectors, so startups, scale-ups, large multinational corporates, have been hiring over the last few years has been phenomenal. And I see all the numbers just in my team. And I have some stats that I actually pulled together as well. Actually, one of my assistants pulled together for me. So at the moment in the UK, the highest number of international students are Indian. So those numbers have overtaken China. From June last year to June this year, 258,000 visit visas were granted just to Indian nationals. 46% of work visas are granted to Indian nationals. The tech visa that was launched quite a few years ago, for many years, the highest number of applicants being approved were US. India has overtaken that. And so that's the specialist tech visa. So I ask this question to my clients a lot, is you're hiring Indian nationals, not just from India, they're in Belgium, they're in Brazil, they're in the US, but they all have an Indian passport. Why? You know, you have the choice. And time again, best applicant. Why are they the best applicant? They have the most amount of relevant experience. They have the relevant expertise, the knowledge, finding the problem and solving it. Or they're Indian nationals. Yeah. We slightly still have an issue with, going on from one of the earlier panels, the majority of main applicants are men, so the spouse is the trailing spouse. But in the UK immigration system, you know, a main applicant gets a visa and the dependent automatically gets the visas. Everybody has work rights. You know, so it's, you know, and then, you know, so not just, it's the talent, it's companies that are also looking to expand either into the UK or UK companies looking to come into India. They're hungry for the knowledge that comes out of India, you know, and that's really, really important. One thing that we haven't quite got right, and again, just echoing what everybody was saying from the trip that we did yesterday was, oh my God, the British kids need to come to India because they have so much they need to learn from the entrepreneurs, the institutions here. It's absolutely amazing.
And if I may just follow up on that, how easy is it for people from around the world to come to India?
Well, for UK nationals, as a lot of us that have arrived have experienced, it has been very difficult. You know, in fairness, in the UK, again, I'm not speaking for the Indian government either, they are trialing a new system for visas. It's been challenging, and we're all going to give some feedback. You know, it's not as easy as we'd like to think it was, and both countries need to do some work on their visa regime and make it seamless for people to get their visas and less red tape.
I think we'd all endorse that. Dr. Saif, if I may move to you, you look specifically at that international journey for the world of technology, but from the point of view of the legal system. So what are you seeing as the main legal barriers to international technology, particularly from that sort of academic commercialization angle?
Yeah, I think usually a lawyer would answer that question talking about IP, but I would want to turn that on its head.
We've got Arjun for that, don't worry.
We have got Arjun
for
that, so yeah. His patents, though. While IP is important, but I also think that commercialization of research is as much about building supporting structures around that research as it is upon the IP that the research is founded upon. And the problem with early stage companies, especially in India, is that they give this a miss. You know, India is one of the most over-legislated countries. And let me give you an example. There's so many laws that would apply to you if you want to create a company, a startup, or anything, actually. Let me give you a practical example. Yesterday at your institution, Dr. Tulasi, we heard this amazing presentation called Mushloop, where this gentleman was going to make packaging out of mushrooms. Now, if you were actually exporting this to another country, you would be faced with SPSTBT norms. You would be faced with a lot of other things, you know, domestic regulation, anti-dumping, duties, etc. So it's just not the intellectual property that you need to know about, but also all these laws that will apply to you. And you don't preempt those because you don't at the right stage, and the right stage is the pre-agreement stage, talk to lawyers. I'm not trying to sell myself here, but why not? Secondly, when it comes to IP, it's not just about registration of IP. I think what we really need to know and teach early stage companies is how to evaluate intellectual property. A lot of people miss out on opportunities because they have not evaluated their intellectual property well, and that, of course, is a full-fledged procedure involving professionals from various fields. So I think what we need to do is to draw a balance between, or maybe just, it's a question, it's a debate between a short-term gain and a long-term suffering in litigation.
So those are some quite big barriers you've identified, Saif. What can we do about it? You know, there's a lot of people here who want to do something to make this journey better. So what can we all do?
I think the first thing that needs to be done is to, before you even go to a lawyer, go to a good advisor who would give you go-to-market advice and save you a lot of money and save you from wasting your time. Whether what you are going to produce is actually, for instance, exportable from India to another country, whether sitting in Karnataka, there are so many local laws here, whether that would be something that would be worth your while once you execute it. So I think the first stage should be to get that kind of a practical GTM advice and then ask a lawyer at that stage whether it would be worth carrying on. Because it's also a very good idea maybe for Tech Advocates India or somebody or an institution like this to get together all the laws in one compendium that would apply to startups, divide them, categorize them by subjects, etc. Because no such compendium exists.
That one.
It would take about 3 years, I think. Yeah.
Hopefully there's a quicker way to do that.
And I hope in those 3 years the laws won't change. Yeah.
So, Saif mentioned in his remarks there, Dr. Tulasi, that we had the privilege as our Global Tech Advocates delegation to visit the Center for Nanoscience and Engineering yesterday, which was, I think, just an absolutely inspirational foot in the door of the world of new technologies that are growing here in India and very specifically right here in Karnataka. Perhaps you could share with us from the seat you have in the world of deep tech and technologies, what you're seeing as the new technology trends coming out of India. If you just carry on, and they'll activate it from the center.
For the invitation to be part of this panel. And the question that you asked about what are the new technologies, I think no human being on this world could say what are those, but I think from the place where I am sitting, what I see is the world is moving from the traditional silicon-based semiconductor to the newer worlds. So let me give you a few examples to make my point here. So now we are moving to compound semiconductors, and one of our own startup is working on gallium nitride-based semiconductors, which are going to pack more power and at higher frequencies, so more efficient charging, for example. So then there is a field of quantum computing and the photonics sensing, and then the MEMS and NEMS, which were kind of becoming almost a workhorse for many of the Internet of Things. And then the whole new world of biology. I think many call the next century as the century for biology, or the decade of biology, as you call, from internet to now we are moving to the biology and the computational biology and the new things that are going to be possible because of the biotechnology. Coming back to our own department, the whole thing about biosensors and quantum sensor, photonic sensors. There is a new world developing, coming out there, and it's really exciting to have not just the research, but also some of these researches are actually being commercialized through various startups that some of them you heard about yesterday.
That's amazing, and I think what is really interesting hearing you talk there about quantum computing, synthetic biology, computational biology. These are all sectors that are really focus for us in the UK, across Europe, in the States. So also highlights the importance of international collaboration there. And I do hope after this visit we can really strengthen some of that. Arjun, I wanted to come back to you, if I may, just to pick up on that same theme. What are the sort of sectors, areas, technologies that you're seeing are the focus for new IP registration?
Yeah, so one area which is really hot right now in Bangalore is AI, artificial intelligence. So it's like got applications in healthcare, it's got applications in retail, computer vision applications, and there's also in telecom. And you might have heard that India has developed an indigenous 5G, and so there are startups in Bangalore which are working on very innovative technologies. Like there's this startup which is my client. They're working on something called broadband broadcast conversions. So it's like the mobile phone has a receiver, and if you're watching like a cricket match, which is everyone's tuning through an OTT platform, you can actually switch from receiving the data from your internet, mobile internet, to your television receiver and switch back depending upon the traffic. So this is the sort of thing that's like happening here in India, and it's being patented all over the world.
That's amazing, absolutely amazing. And Pat, if I may come back to you, just if we know that talent is important, where do we go to source it? How do we think about sort of helping fuel that pipeline of talent that's going to come through to the best companies, whether it's in the UK, Europe, the States, India, all over the world?
Well, I mean, so in the UK, there's a skills strategy. Obviously, as you know, the UK there's a skills shortage. There's also a skills strategy, but the world is moving very quickly. Technology and things that we have to do is moving very quickly. So in the short term, obviously, what the UK has done, especially post-Brexit, is come up with more and more immigration routes that have quirky and innovative names to try and attract the right talent that way. Part of it's working, we see the numbers. But, when you launch a visa that's called the scale-up visa, it's targeted towards scale-ups. We have a startup visa for early stage entrepreneurs, an innovator visa for more experienced entrepreneurs. So a lot of work is being done. More work needs to be done in the sense of we have this visa category called the high potential individual. The top 50 global university graduates automatically get a visa to the UK. Unfortunately, an Indian institution is not on that list. And so work needs to be done there because obviously we need to bring graduates from the best places in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. And we talked, Dr. Tulasi, yesterday about the importance of also in academia being able to bring through that talent pipeline. But also, I think something that's important to us from a UK research ecosystem, which is having a system where people can come in and out of academia and the startup scale-up world. How do you see that from inside of Sensi?
I think that's kind of changing in India, as some of you pointed out. In the past, the faculty in any centrally funded institute like IISc didn't have a faculty entrepreneurship program. And that's changed, and I'm proud to say that IISc, through some of the, what you call, progressive and the beyond the world kind of people in Vijay Chandru, Swami Manohar and all, have started their own startup to make what in those times called Simputer. This was about 25 years or 30 years when I was still a student there. And that's the kind of people with the progressive thinking and bringing change to the Indian institutes are. And I'm also kind of happy to share that Strand Life Sciences, another startup that Vijay Chandru and others started on the genomics, that is now recently acquired by the Reliance Life Sciences. So these are some examples where people really need to push. And now in IISc, we have a full-fledged faculty entrepreneurship program, as well as many initiatives from Government of Karnataka to promote entrepreneurship across not just premier institutes, but also the Tier 2, Tier 3, as you heard from KDM, is promoting is quite worthwhile. And I really want to add a bit more here to make the point that I think I haven't seen any state government taking the initiative to set up specialty incubators that the government of Karnataka has done, because they have sponsored us, the INSENS, for nanotechnology and interdisciplinary deep tech. And they also sponsored another one for geriatric healthcare, which you don't think will happen. And then there is many others. For example, Manipal is focused on bio, and then Ramaya Institute. So it is kind of those people with that vision and also being able to think beyond today to be able to see far into the future are thankfully part of the ecosystem that we are part of. So I am quite positive about the changes and how the academic world is going to play in this.
So we need visionaries, but the stomachs rumbling in the audience tell me we also need lunch. So what I'm going to do, just to close off this fantastic discussion, is ask each of you just to share with us all what you think needs to be done just to make the difference between bringing together that world of academia and startups and scale-ups. And if I can have quick fire answers, that would be amazing. So Saif, putting you on the spot, quick fire answer.
I was interestingly just reading the Prime Minister's speech last week here, and he said that, and I'm just going to read this one line, he said it's the amalgamation of tradition and technology, nature and culture, academics, wonderful architecture, and vibrant startups that would lead us to where we should. And to add to this, let me wear my poet hat and read and recite an Urdu couplet which I'll translate for you. Chaman mein ikhtilate rango boo se baat banti hai, हम ही हम हैं तो क्या हम हैं, तुम ही तुम हो तो क्या तुम हो. And I'll translate this for you. A garden flourishes only from the amalgamation of color and fragrance. If it's just us, it can't be us. And it can't be you if it's just you.
Well, you never thought you'd hear poetry on a commercialization from academia panel.
That's diversity and inclusion.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah. Tulasi, quick comment about how we bring those worlds together.
I think there should be more incubators and facilitators in not the top higher education institutes, but almost every college should have the entrepreneurship course, and also some kind of, as global tech advocates, we need to invest those who have gone through this journey, invest in the students, and go back and give our part to the community where we have come from.
Amazing, thank you. Arjun.
I think that there has to be more meaningful dialogue, conversations between the industry and the academia, and so they need to keep exchanging ideas with each other. And Bangalore is a great place because here you have corporates, you have startups, you have incubators, and you have the government. So we all keep interacting with each other in events like this.
Amazing. And Pat?
I'm going to keep it simple. We need to facilitate bringing great minds and great ideas together, whether that's virtually or physically in person, because that's the only way we're going to move forward.
Great minds, great ideas, and a fantastic panel. Please join me in thanking Pat, Arjun, Tulasi, and Saeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and it's time to get those connections flowing because we're going to take, without wanting to give you indigestion, we're going to take a 30-minute break for lunch. We'll be back at 2:30, but please do keep those conversations going. Thank you. We've got some brilliant conversations coming up after lunch. See you at 2:30. Thank you.
Check, check. Hey, 1, 2. Check. Hey, 1, 2. Check. 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 Hey.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am so excited to welcome you all back for the afternoon sessions of the Global Tech Advocates Namaste New India Summit. It's an absolute pleasure to have the opportunity to introduce an ex-colleague of mine, in fact. Dr. Andrew Fleming was the Deputy High Commissioner here in India, covering the states of Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. And he is now the officer on special temporary duty right here in Bengaluru. So I am absolutely delighted to welcome Dr. Andrew Fleming to the stage. Andrew, over to you.
Namaskara. Welcome to all of you. I'm really happy that we decided to hold this summit here in Bengaluru. I've only been in the city for 4 months, but I've been really, really impressed. I have to say that I'm also really impressed with the delegation that have traveled to India to attend this summit. Many of them came to my residence last night, along with Priya and Russ. We had a really good time. You can always tell a good reception by the energy level. And my God, it was palpable, I think was the word I used in my tweet earlier. The energy in that room last night. So great. And special congratulations to my former colleague, Priya, for being the first person to correctly give my title as Officer on Special Temporary Duty, which I'm obliged to use while I'm heading up our office here in Bengaluru. This is actually a very emotional speech for me. I've been in India for 5 years and 4 months. I'm leaving on Sunday. This is the last public speech I'm going to do before I leave due to other events. When I came to India in 2017, honestly, I didn't know anything about the startup scene. I thought it was something to do with cars and garages. I didn't know about incubators, accelerators, catapults. I had no idea about terminology like blockchain and goodness knows what else. I have to say in 5 years and 4 months I've learnt a lot. And one of the things I've consistently heard and now have evidence of, having spent the 4 months I have in Bengaluru, is quite where Bengaluru is in that ecosystem. It is the top city not only in India, but in many respects in much of Asia, in terms of the start that it can give in this space. And I think that, the fact that of the 104 unicorns that were recorded in India, 40 were founded here in Bengaluru. So, I mean, that's one of many, many indicators that speak in favor of this dynamic and very lively and lovable city, but for the traffic. I know that the session that's going ahead now is looking at the 3Ds: democracy, demographics, and diversity. And when we talk about those 3Ds, I thought I'd just share in the 5 minutes I have a few personal insights based on the observations as someone who's still a bit of a Luddite, although I did try to join coup today when it comes to tech, but much educated from 2017, as I said. When it comes to democracy, whatever business you are, you want to be able to grow and develop without the politics, I think. I think the environment here lends itself well to that, not to make too many other comparisons. And this is a state in which we do see the politics change quite regularly between at least two different, sometimes a third party. So businesses are able to still flourish, still grow. That isn't a problem. It's not an inhibitor. That's a good thing, surely. So that is what I'll say on democracy. On demographics, there was quite a lot of chat about that, wasn't there, in the really interesting and engaging sessions earlier, particularly the one on diversity, which is one of my passions. But this is a young and new India, as has already been said. There's actually very few founders of startups in India who are above the age of 35 these days. Yes, we do need to see more women and being empowered more, and definitely more funding for them. All of those points also came out. But the demographic really does lead itself to that issue of young. And in addition, this is a place, this is a city, Bangalore, which really attracts talent. People know that Bangalore is the ultimate place to come and have a chance of growing your company. And so talent comes from across India, and indeed increasingly I think we're going to see more from around the world. And I completely endorse the comment that the UK needs to find ways to get more of our young people to come to India, spend time in India, understand India. That's something that I'm very passionate about. I even tweeted that view after it was spoken in the earlier session. So I think the excellent ecosystem here is really a huge selling point. But it's something that young people in India, in UK, can't perhaps yet see as much. They're Europe or US or somewhere else is more attractive. We have to get past that. We need to be innovative in finding solutions to bring more young people here. So I'm very keen that we work together on exploring how we can do that. And with the talent that comes here, of course, the diversity. The diversity in this city, perhaps it's one of the most diverse cities, if not the most diverse city in India, because of the diverse number of people that are attracted here to pursue their dreams. And we have people from all of the states in the country living here, lots of micro communities, some are larger. Of course, we have a lot of people from my former home of Telangana, a lot of people from Kerala, but there's people from all over the country, from the east, north, south, and west. And that really does create a great atmosphere. And of course, there's growing numbers of expats here, far, far more than I ever found in my 5 years living up in Hyderabad. So there's so much going on, so much positivity. I have to say that the microbrew scene here is also something that I've come to like in my 4 months. I think some of the guests tried some of the produce last night and may have enjoyed it. But finally, I think I just want to say once more, thank you for choosing to come to Bengaluru, making the effort to be here. I ask those of you that have come to India, some of you for the first time, to go away and be an ambassador for India. Too many people see India through the prism of Delhi. That has to change. 57% of India's GDP comes out of the 5 southern states, 34 of it out of this one state, Karnataka. And we have to remember that. We have to get these points across as well. And it's a great city as well, and a great source for those that want to expand their businesses, invest in countries like mine, the UK, which is why a number of my colleagues from our inward investment team are also in the audience today. So thank you very much. I wish you well with the rest of the program. I have to fly to Calcutta now, so I'm going to say goodbye. But I really enjoyed meeting many of you, talking to many of you, and do keep in touch. Andrew 007 UK on Twitter, on Instagram, and now also on Coup.
Thank you so much, Dr. Andrew Fleming. Why don't we have another round of applause for Andrew Fleming? And our huge thanks to you from across Great Britain for your service. It's very clear that India has won your heart, and for that reason, you will not be separated. So it's really, really moving to hear Andrew talk about his love for this country, and rightly so. This next panel is going to be an absolute barnstormer. If it was a dinner party you would want to attend, I can assure you. It is going to be all killer, no filler, and we've got the perfect chair for that. It's going to be pithy, punchy, and absolutely brilliant. Please welcome up Russ Shaw.
Thank you. Right, hello everyone. Nice to be back. Last panel of the day, but we've got a big one lined up for you. So can I ask my panel to come on up and sit in the right seat? Let's see if you can work that out. Okay, so Satya, Ankit, Neil, Zoltan, Divya, and Leslie on the end. How's that? Right, whilst they're getting seated and figuring out where they're supposed to sit, we want to connect through this session, New India and the global community. And we've titled this The Global Magnet, That is New India, because we want to bring, come on guys, get in those seats, it's not that difficult. I'm here. Not enough room for me. You guys are the stars. We want to really focus on, the globalness, if you will. We've talked a lot about New India, what that means. This is a huge domestic market, 1.3 billion people. I think, we've already been completely blown away by what's happening here. The opportunity now is not only to keep building that, but how does India also really emerge on the global stage? It already is to a certain degree. I guess I'm a bit of a tech geek at times. I look at the rankings of which global tech ecosystem is in the league table, if you will. And, the US has been number one for a very long time. China's number two. India, according to most league tables, is now number three in terms of the investment, the number of tech unicorns, closely followed by the UK at number four, which, as a much smaller domestic market, really punches above its weight. So what I'd like to do in this session, and we've got a lot of folks here, I'm going to ask each one of them a question that hopefully reflects the theme and topic. And then I've got a couple of questions at the end of this for all of them to kind of look into their crystal ball, and let's look out over the next 10 years in terms of where's all this wonderful content today, where is it all headed? So with that on the panel, we've got Satya. So welcome, Satya. We've got Ankit. We've got Neil, Zoltan. We've got Divya and Leslie. Please tweet. We've had a lot of great coverage on social media, and please share some of the nuggets that they're going to discuss. So Divya, I'm going to start with you. No pressure, right? Give us a sense of what you see as some of the challenges and opportunities for scaling a business within the Indian tech ecosystem.
That's a fantastic question, and given that so many people here have spoken before me, I think the answers are evident. Identifying a problem, and that's not really simple because there's problems everywhere you look, but how can you make that a scalable business model is what I'd say is the main challenge.
Okay.
Of course, funding, of course, socioeconomic strata. India is a complex market, and yes, different stratas and different subsectors face different problems, but that would be a good one to highlight.
Okay. And on the opportunity side, what do you look at here for the Indian tech ecosystem?
Oh my God! I think
Pick one.
We are likely to be the largest economy by 2030. Right?
Okay.
We're going to overtake US and China, and that's a fact.
Okay.
So there is opportunity in every sector, in every socioeconomic strata, and I think this is where we should be. And like I think Jitesh said earlier, was it Jitesh? Said earlier that 90% of his people used to leave after college, and that's a trend we've noticed, and that's not the trend anymore.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of new people now realize, a lot of youngsters realize that India is where the opportunity is, and this is where we're going to stay.
Okay, great. And you've heard a prediction here. India is going to be the largest economy by 2030. I hope somebody's putting that out on Twitter. Right. Ankit, I'm going to come to you next. How does the corporate culture in India different to that worldwide? And what are some of the important things for founders and business leaders to bear in mind when seeking to establish their company here? And be brief. Sorry.
Sure. And I'd like to share a personal anecdote. With Globalization Partners, I was the first employee in India. So there are a couple of culture nuances that founders or companies from overseas need to ensure while expanding to India. Obviously, there are professional sides of things, but the personal aspect, the human aspect is really important to retain Indian employees. And apart from that, I think everything is business as usual. But I think people are at the center of every business here in India.
That's great. And obviously, Globalization Partners, you do a phenomenal job helping companies expand from one market to another. And maybe in particular for the people watching the live stream in different parts of the world, what would be your advice to them, in addition to using Globalization Partners, what would be your advice to them in terms of what they need to bear in mind when they want to come here?
I think I'll talk about the positives. Obviously, there are a couple of facts. If you look at foreign direct investment trends, India is probably on third or fourth spot for every region when they expand internationally. Now, talking about tips when companies expand internationally to India. I think looking for hubs. Obviously, as Bangalore is one of the tech hubs, look for functional expertise in certain regions. If you look at northern India, there are functional experts around financial services, customer services. So I think looking at functional expertise within regions is also very important. We should not look India as a whole for any one skill set. If you are a tech company, you should look at certain tech, I would say, ecosystems that are more mature. Obviously, the skill set is evolving across the nation, but they should keep in mind what are different sub-regions within India when they expand to a country like ours.
Okay, very helpful, thank you. Right, let's flip this around a bit. We've been talking about companies from the world coming here. Neil, I want to come to you next, representing London Stock Exchange Group, and thank you for your support for today. Why should Indian tech companies choose London as a listing destination? And what interest have you seen from Indian tech companies looking to go public in the UK versus maybe somewhere else?
Sure, great questions, Russ. Look, we're here to provide founders and entrepreneurs with optionality. We don't care where you go public as long as it's in London. Only joking. Look,
Put that on Twitter.
There is no set pathway. I think a lot of people get obsessed with raising lots of venture capital, getting to Series G, and then thinking about IPO. And historically, everyone's looked to the States because it is candidly the largest tech ecosystem currently in the world. Maybe India will change at some point. But I think what we've got in London is a market that's open to companies of all sizes. And we all love unicorns. You've got Flipkart, Policy Bazaar, Paytm here. But have you ever heard of IMI Mobile? This was a company that raised £30 million in London in 2014, £60 million IPO, sold out to Cisco recently for 530, 9.5x return. So I say to all the entrepreneurs here, be a little bit more open-minded, aim high. The world's open to you. And sorry, I missed your second question.
Right, no worries. So the second question was, what interest have you seen from the Indian tech companies here?
Sure.
Are they getting in touch with you about coming to the UK versus, say, NASDAQ in the US?
Yeah, no, and that's why we're here.
Okay.
Right? So we've got Mohan based in Delhi. We've got 5,000 people in Bangalore or Bengaluru. We want to be doing more here. I'm here to learn and meet as many of you as I can.
Great, thank you for that. Excellent. Leslie, I'm coming to you next. Let's go to Singapore. Singapore has emerged as the top nation in terms of foreign direct investment into India for the financial year 2021 to 2022. Wow, who knew, right? What do you think makes India so attractive as an investment magnet?
Well, I mean, I think first you have to acknowledge that Singapore and India have a huge history together.
Yes.
A shared heritage, I think shared culture in a lot of ways. We also have sort of grown up together in a sense, very differently, I think. But we're both young countries. We're both countries sort of figuring it out. I think there's a shared entrepreneurship spirit between the two nations. I think these are nations where everybody used to run their own shop, and now that sort of energy, that sort of ambition and hustle has transformed into entrepreneurship in both countries. And I think that means we sort of get along. It makes sense, I think, in a lot of ways. We also have a huge Indian population in Singapore, both in terms of Singaporeans who have Indian heritage, but also, I was telling someone earlier, a quarter of our highly skilled immigrant workforce is from India. And so this is like, it's not a surprise to me that this is a relationship we foster. In terms of why now, why more even now than ever, I think, and I have to be cautious here, but I think Singapore is pivoting a little bit. And again, I'm cautious here for obvious reasons, those of you who know Singapore, and China is, of course, hugely meaningful forever for Singapore, but I do think we're casting our lens slightly further west at this point and focusing on India. And I think that's become very, very appealing. I also think that what's happened in India is so profound, the rapid digitization, what you guys have done, that 80% penetration, which is something Singapore, which is a tiny island, has barely accomplished, I think makes it's aspirational for Singapore. And I think that one thing Singapore is very, very good at is spotting opportunity and getting in fast, almost to a fault, and being sort of merciless in that pursuit. So I say that I think it's a cultural thing. I think it's a sort of community thing, but I also think it's just a pragmatism. Like that Singapore they're not fools. They're looking at this and thinking, what's next? What's going to be the biggest economy in 2030? And how can Singapore make sure that we're absolutely in on that? And I think that's very much a strategy that we see openly and on paper in Singapore. There's no secret that India is where we're looking.
So just a quick follow-up. In your role wearing your Tech Singapore hat, advocate's hat with Sean, what are you going to take away from here when you go back to Singapore? Any thoughts on doing something with Aniaf and Nilesh, how we bridge Singapore and India?
I think the big word, and this is a word I use in Singapore a lot about people coming to Singapore, but now it's hit me that it's the right thing for here also, is partnerships. And that I think a piece of what's become clear to me is that India is still tough, right? Like it's still a big step to come here and launch or expand. But if you have the right partners, you need people here. And if you have those people, then this becomes like a gold mine. And that I think the key for me is helping Singaporeans and our community, our tech community in Singapore, which is frankly from all over the world already, understand how to find those partnerships on the ground here in Singapore. And I absolutely plan on enlisting TIA to help me sort of make that connection. Because I think that's the one piece that's missing is that sense of who do I call to help me get started?
Great.
And I know we can do that together.
Excellent. And actually, it's a nice segue because Zoltan, I want to come to you next. You know, Leslie was talking about collaboration, and you are a champion for hybrid and remote working. You run our Global Tech Advocates Future of Work group. How do you think our changed ways of working post-pandemic has impacted international collaboration? Maybe just building on what Leslie just talked about. Is it easier, is it harder, or is it just different?
I think actually it's a perspective, right? For some companies it's a lot easier, and for some companies it's extremely difficult. So at my current company I work at Trizens, and we are just into Salesforce Commerce Cloud and e-commerce. And the company was 100% office-based before the pandemic, and they pivoted. Now we are 100% flexible, 100% hybrid, 100% remote. So basically, like, we are all adults and work, and we have a really good team here in India, Kerala, and I'm fascinated. Like the team, it's like the mindset and everything is extremely powerful. So, and the whole culture that the company built around collaboration, people focused, and trust, transparency is there. So we walk the talk, and whoever joins the company joins this culture, and they know what they sign up for. So if you want to go to the office, you can go to the office, you can work remotely, you can work flexibly, you can do hybrid, and it's a lot easier for us to connect with people outside the UK, with our colleagues as well, because at the end of the day, you know, we have all the tools, we just need an internet. You need to have the right skills to deliver, and job done.
Okay, very good. Satya, let me come to you now. So Miratech has scaled operations globally from Ukraine, and that's even during the current hostilities, which I think is incredibly impressive. So share with us a little bit, what has been the biggest draw for Miratech to set up here in Bengaluru, and why now? What attracted you here where, you know, the company could have gone anywhere?
Yep. So first of all, I would like to extend my thank and appreciation to IT Ukraine. Our company, Miratech, is a part of it. It's a very big organization, a big community with more than 120 companies and 80,000 professionals. So, you know, given the situation that's currently in Ukraine, so most of the companies, they have the 45% of the companies now looking for Western Ukraine as a safe place for working, and they are also going for hybrid models and dedicated location for employees to work with uninterrupted supplies and all. And rest of the 37% companies, like they have started outsourcing, and Miratech is one of those.
Yep.
And we have abundant talent, and we have right talents in customer experience, where Miratech is one of the pioneers. And that's why we have this R&D center set up in Bangalore, right here. And we are growing, and in the last 1 year itself, like we have more than 100 employees in.
And why did you choose Bengaluru? What was it about it? You could have set it up anywhere. Why did you pick here?
Obviously, it's the hottest tech hub in India. If you say, I'm based out of Chennai, I still envy that why it has not come to Chennai. But still, Bangalore has a lot of advantage. The connectivity, the collaboration, and of course, it's a hub for a lot of entrepreneurs and startups. And I think we want to start here.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Great, excellent. Okay, I've got a question for all of you to think about. Now that we've spoken to each one of you, let's look out over the next 10 years, And my question is this: how do you see the next 10 years unfolding, and where do you see the key international business opportunities? And Divya, I'm going to ask you to start us off, because you made a prediction that India is going to be the largest market by 2030. You might have lived to regret saying that earlier, because I'm picking on you. So give us a sense of what's going to happen over those next 10 years. How is India going to get there?
Okay, so the 2030 prediction wasn't mine. I keep reading reports as a part of my day job, the Grand Thought in India Tracker, the Genome Report. I don't know which one I got this on, but I read it
Fair
on
enough.
one, pretty decent report. I think 10 years, India is already the 9th largest investor in sustainability globally.
Okay.
I think that's the space to be. Anything green, anything recyclable, circular economy, water, waste. Everything was discussed earlier today, but I think that you're going to see a huge boom in that market. Of course, the ones that were there yesterday, and I remember, I think I was talking to Leslie that said how your banking system has gone down to the very grassroots levels.
Yes.
I think that's going to blow up as well. That's amazing. I can go, I don't remember the last time I had cash in my wallet, and I mean in number of years. I do not remember the last time I walked out with money. So that's where India is. Everybody takes, payments on phone. Everybody has QR codes. Everybody scans. Everybody, that's another exciting space to be. And of course, I think India being India, the real estate market, prop tech, everything in that space.
Okay.
I must say at this point that every other sector as well will boom, So it's just my predictions for the top 3, but everything else is going to do really, really well.
Great. Who wants to follow? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Divya. Finish off.
I have to say here that India is the 2nd largest investor in the UK. So those relationships are booming as well.
Yes.
So it will be interesting to see if we take number 1 spot.
We'll watch that. Okay. Who wants to follow up on that? Ankit.
So I think I look from a technology and international expansion or international relationship lens. So if you look at the challenges that are being solved currently using technology, you look at technologies like AI ops, I would say cloud kitchens that have been managed in India, transportation management. Like all these issues that are at the grassroots levels currently are being solved by technology. And the world is going to leverage that particular piece. So India is learning from its challenges. So I think that's something that's probably going to support the growth. And if you look at from an international lens, I think we have great relationships across with the current government. And also, digital is now not a supporting function in India. It's the face of the government as well. You see in every marketing material, it's digital first.
Okay.
And I think we have realized that this is one area wherein we have potential, and we are making a lot of investments in that. So I think future is digital, and I think India is going to be far ahead from all the other nations that are currently at the number 1 or number 2 spot. So I think that's going to contribute to the economy and to the growth of the country in the next 10 years.
Great, thank you. Satya, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, I would like to pick a couple of very specific areas that India can focus on next 10 years. One is customer experience. Irrespective of the domain or irrespective of the business that we are doing, we need to have a very good customer experience. Customer is ready to pay premium price, irrespective of your product. You have a very good experience provided to them. I think it's going to be a differentiating factor. And the next one is we need to have data processing capability. Like data is like a child now. So we have collected data for the past 7 years or 8 years, but now we have to move up and now start tagging or cleansing or make it ready for any business, because most of our decisions are based on the data what we have. And our decisions may go wrong if the data is wrong. We call in our data science language, it's garbage in, garbage out. So I think these two areas will definitely put us in a
Very good.
good position.
Thank you. Any other thoughts on this? Neil.
Russ, if you look at the newspaper headlines around the world, it's pretty depressing right now. We're in a world which has been fueled by cheap money, cheap energy for so long, and I think we're going to be going through a hard period. But the thing I love about India, this is my first time in Bangalore since about 22 years, is just how fast forward we've come. No doesn't exist in the Indian dictionary. There's so much determination here, and that's what excites me about the future. And I think a lot of people get hung up on valuations, but I think we just need to go back to basics, just building good businesses, building sustainable, durable businesses that are going to be around in 5 or 10 years, and they'll be attractive to private investors, public investors, you name it.
Very good. Thank you. Any last thoughts before I hit our final question? Leslie, Zoltan? Go for it.
Just on I would like to build on Divya's point.
Yes.
On the size, like growth about India and Niels about the future. I'd like to demystify future of work a bit, because future of work is not just about how we communicate remotely or online, what tools are we using. I mean, don't get me wrong, these are the fundamentals that still many companies didn't really nail down. So this is something that has to be done. And but where I'm seeing the growth is it's a lot bigger. So we were discussing manufacturing in India and how this could help the growth in the next decade. And so what I'm seeing, or like what I believe that will happen, is basically if we are building a factory, let's say we have a factory where we are manufacturing phones, right? So at the moment, in many factories, we still have people who are assembling phones manually. So these people will be replaced by robots. So we still need humans to build the factory. And once we replaced the, let's say, okay, let me try to illustrate. So let's say this is the building, right? And we have people who are assembling phones like manually, right? Yeah. So these people will be, whether we like it or not, it's already happening, they will be replaced by robots because it's a manual work. So those, everything that we are building around the factory is, we need to distinguish hardware and software. So everything that is software can be done remotely. Yeah. So you don't need to go to the factory, you don't need to travel, you are reducing carbon emissions straight away. So when we are talking about developing manual robots, so the question is like, who will maintain, who will do the maintenance? So what we can do is create more advanced robots. What's already happening, Boston Dynamics, Tesla. So we are creating basically another robot who will maintain the manual robot. Yep. So these robots could be controlled remotely. We have Microsoft HoloLens 2, for example. So you put the glass on your head, and then you can control that robot who will go around in a factory and do the maintenance. So you don't need to be physically there, which means, again, you don't need to travel, and you can sit like this at home, and you can control 3 robots in 3 different places: Bengaluru, Delhi, Mumbai. So this is when it comes to future of work, it's a lot bigger than we think. And by this, we can reduce, carbon emission because we don't need to travel, right? So we just get together when we really need to get together.
So you're predicting that the traffic problem in Bengaluru will go away. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not predicting that it will go away, but we can reduce it significantly. And again, when it comes to how, we are talking a lot about education, upskilling, and reskilling.
Great. Time for one last question, and it's going to basically just require simple yes or no from you. So we're going to put you on the spot. So I mentioned earlier the 4 largest tech ecosystems in the world are US, China, India, and UK in that order. Now, I'd like each of you look into your crystal balls, and in 10 years' time, do you believe that India will be home to the largest tech ecosystem in the world 10 years from now? What do you think? Satya, I'm going to start with you. Yes or no? Yes. Okay, that's one yes.
Yes.
Yes. Neil?
By number of companies, yes.
Number of companies, but no because...
In terms of value, it will take a little longer.
Okay, fair enough. Zoltan?
Yes.
Yes, that's 4 yeses. Divya?
We have an unfair advantage. We're all Indians here, except Zoltan. But yes, absolutely.
That's 5.
And I would not only say yes, but I would go a step further and say that I would take the prophecy that India is going to be the world's biggest economy by 2030. And I would say not only do I believe that that's true, but I'm actually also totally okay with it. That having seen what we've seen in the past 2 days and having experienced what we've experienced, like if these are the choices of giants in our world, this is a great one. So I feel calmer about the future, I think, because I believe it will be India, and I believe we'll be in good hands. So it all feels good.
Great, 6 out of 6. India will have the largest tech ecosystem in the world in 10 years' time. So we better get working on that tech-aid. Let me thank this great panel. So Satya, Ankit, Neil, Zoltan, Divya, and Leslie, please give it up for them. Excellent. Thank you very much. And I think, am I coming off? You're coming on? You're staying put? Okay, I'm staying put. And Annie's coming, yes?
So give another round of applause for that amazing panel. Thank you so much for us. Thank you, everybody. So I'm so impressed by that panel for a number of things, not least because it was an absolute visual representation of the blending of cultures as we've seen today, with the only person actually wearing a pajama kurta on stage being Zoltan, our Serbian guest. Well done, Zoltan. So, Russ, I'm going to keep you up here, and I'm also going to ask Ani Kaprika to join us again. And what I would like you to do now is tell us a little bit about the week ahead. We've had a fantastic 2 days here in Bengaluru.
Brilliant.
We've been privileged to hear about entrepreneurs, the new India. We went to the ISC yesterday. We were hosted in the wonderful Deputy High Commissioner's residence. We've been here today at the Bangalore International Centre. But what's next? Annie?
What's next? Well, of course, we'll network now immediately. But tomorrow, we are going to Hubli, and we are hosted by Deshpande Foundation, where we are going to meet Bharatpreneurs who are working in rural technology transformation. We are going to spend the entire day meeting more than 15 startups in rural technology transformation center. We'll also have a networking reception hosted by Deshpande Foundation, where we're meeting a lot of local stakeholders there. So exciting day ahead in Hubli tomorrow.
Great, and up early, back late,
Oh,
so
yeah.
it's going to be a big day. And then on Thursday, the delegation travels from Bengaluru to Mumbai in the morning, and on Thursday afternoon, we're spending the afternoon with Rajasthan Royals. They're going to give us an overview of their accelerator, introduce us to their various sport tech startup businesses. We're then going to have a panel discussion on investment. So we're going to focus on the investor side of things, looking at Mumbai, looking at the tech scene there, and obviously looking more broadly at India. We also will have a keynote address from the Trade Commissioner for South Asia. Alan Gemmell will join us on Thursday. And
Do we get to play cricket, Russ?
I'm sure we can squeeze a little
Excellent.
bit in.
How's your bowling, Annie?
I used to be a wicket keeper.
Okay,
I just need to keep an eye.
His bowling would be far better than mine.
And then what next, Danny? What next?
Go for it. So first is on Friday morning, I'll do a head count. That if everyone survived, then okay, because we've been traveling a lot. And if that's okay, then Monday morning at Hilton, where we're staying, we are going to bring some local tech ecosystems leaders. So we'll have a speaking session, we'll spend time. And then in the afternoon, we are going to visit Asia's largest municipal corporation, Mumbai Municipal Corporation, and we are going to see in action their disaster management control room, where there's a lot of tech in action. That's when we finish our formal tour, and then we enjoy some Mumbai social life in the evening.
So we finished the formal tour then, but it feels like this is the start of something special. What is the something special that comes after that, Russ?
Well, this is where the fun stuff ends, but the hard work begins for Tech India advocates. Already you've got several hundred in the group, which is fantastic. And we will start communicating, first of all, to all of you. Some of you have started to receive your welcome emails from me. All of you will be included in Global Tech Advocates and Tech India Advocates. I have a busy day on Saturday because I fly back, but on the plane, I will do my write-up of everything that we experienced this week. Our next Global Tech Advocates newsletter will go out next Thursday, the 17th. So when you receive it, please open it and you'll read all about what we experienced throughout the week. And I would certainly encourage you to share that with your colleagues, with your communities, and please introduce new advocates to Tech India Advocates and Global Tech Advocates. So that's what comes next. And then on the global side, I will be going to Accra at the end of November. We've got another group to launch in Ghana. So we keep growing and expanding our network, and we want Tech India Advocates to be an integral part of that expansion.
Thank you. Can I just add to what Russ said? I mean, you're flying on Saturday. My Saturday, Sunday agenda is that sleep for 48 hours. And then the work begins, because at the start I said that as Global Tech Advocates and Tech India Advocates, we connect people, we champion tech, and we create possibilities. The work of creating possibilities starts then.
Amazing. So I just wanted to ask our audience to join me in thanking you in particular, Russ. It has been an incredible moment to bring people together, and it wouldn't happen without you. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Russ.
Great to have you here.
So I'm going to just ask Ollie to join us on stage. Thank you so much. So this has been the most incredible summit. I feel just inspired. It's been amazing.
I totally agree. And, you know, I said at the start, and I'm going to say it again, but one of the guests said to me over lunch, occasionally at business events, you'll watch a panel and there'll be this one standout panelist in basically a sea of grey. Today has just been a whole series of standout contributors. And so I want to say, firstly, thank you to all of them. And also, it's no accident because they have been cast beautifully through some hugely hard work of an amazing team. So thank you to everyone for coming and everyone who's appeared on this stage. Can we give them all a huge thank you?
Yay.
I mean, I feel slightly exhausted just thinking about the next few days, but I'm definitely up for it, and I'm very much looking forward to it. If I may, I'm always interested to get the reflections of my colleagues, and normally we do it, obviously, and we will do it over drinks, but while I've got you on stage, Priya, very briefly, your top takeaway from today, the thing that's sort of ringing through your mind.
So when Annie opened up today, Annie talked about being a British Indian Mancunian. Maharashtrian. Okay. British Indian Mancunian Maharashtrian. Yeah, I'm here as a Bengali Brit. And what is just amazing for me about today, it's all about the people, Ollie. They have been incredible panelists, but also incredible participants and people joining us from all over the world. I think that's just amazing. And connections are driven by people.
Totally, and so many seeded conversations. Just a guest down here saying, you know, how can we talk about, you know, Transport for London, bicycle infrastructure? What can we learn from each other? And that's the spirit, isn't it? Learn from each other, and we've learned so much already. Russ, your top takeaway?
Well, I want to build on your point because for me, I mean, the content was brilliant. I mean, surpassed all expectations. Credit to Ani, he curated a huge amount of the agenda today, and also to Priya as well. You guys have been amazing. But it's been meeting all of you, and I think I was a bit taken aback. A few of you heard me say when we got upstairs for lunch, I was like, I actually asked somebody, are all of these people with us? I didn't realize how many people were here, and I just saw people intermingling with each other, and every table was mixed, and I thought that is what this is about. Getting people to network and connect with each other. And I know right after this, Pat and our friends from Pennington's Manchester Cooper are going to take us back upstairs, and we're going to keep going. So that, to me, is what's been great.
Amazing. And Annie, I want to know what happens immediately after this, but thinking back through our last few hours together, your top takeaway?
You know, yesterday when I did the New India session with Global Tech Advocates, I said about a journalist who said to me that everything you hear about India is true. And quite the opposite is also true. Every time I come to India thinking, oh, I know about India so much. And when I leave India, I realize I didn't know that. I must go and tell my friends. So I'll take word from Priya's speech that it's been a hugely inspiring day, but it's also been very humbling day. And that's what I'm carrying in my heart.
Now, Ollie, you don't get away with asking a question.
Yes.
You also have to answer the question. What have you taken away from today, Ollie?
Well, I would just build on Annie's observation about a whole country, and that's Walt Whitman, the American poet, said, "Do I contradict myself? Very well, I contradict myself. I am vast, I contain multitudes." So I just embrace our internal contradictions, our internal multitudes, because actually we all contain contradictions, and that's the beauty of getting to know people. So that's what we should continue to do. So wherever you've come from in the world, thank you for bringing your wonderful contradictions to this gathering, and we want to get to know you better, so thank you. How are we going to do that, Annie?
Well, can we have the next LED, please? There you go. We do what we are best at. We're going to meet, we're going to eat, and we're going to eat some more. And that networking reception is sponsored by our sponsors, Pennington Manchester Cooper. So Pat's here. Everyone join upstairs. Now is the time when the people connections begin and they become stronger. Thank you. Thank you. Is that it? Are we done? Thank you. So, done? Thank you. That's it.